I'm gonna go get a drink quickly, be right back. Hello. The first game I'm going to be casting is Atlas and Emperor of Mankind. So Atlas says he's going to be right back in 2 minutes and game will start. Pretty sure the brackets are ready. Let's have a look at them. So the winner of this game is going to be going to face the winner of Tex and Endymion as well. So I think I'll follow the winner of this game against the winner of the Tex versus Endymion game as well, and maybe follow Tex around a bit or something, if one of the other casters isn't already following him around. We'll see later. What else? Hold on, last second tourney organising as well from Atlas, who's also helping out Crew Affinity run this tournament. Let's have a look on Steam, see what's going on, which you guys can't see, but just in chat anyway. Don't think, or I can't see any announcements in the group about streamers. So Atlas is making the streamer announcement now, so there's like other streamers as well. Me and Adeptus are going to be streaming later together, but because there's like 30, or there's like a lot of people in this tournament today, we're going to be splitting apart for the first few rounds, and then we're going to be like meeting up later together. Get the dream team back on the go. So for now you'll just have to settle with me. There's also point of view stream as well by Adilla. And I'm not sure if Toilailee's doing a stream as well. So once this last bit of organising is done by Atlas and the announcement's been made, I think the game between Atlas and EL Emperor, or the Emperor of Mankind, will start. If Atlas loses this series as well, he'll end up on the dishonourable list, which we've all seen on the forums. And if he wins, then well, he doesn't end up on the dishonourable list, which will be a shame. So even though I'm meant to be impartial, I'm kind of rooting for the Emperor of Mankind to win this, just so Atlas can end up on that list. So there's also some sorting out of like reserves, and because there's like some empty slots as well, so people not showing. There are some like people coming in to fill in those slots. So we'll see. If you have a look on the forums, Maritex and the tournament forums, there's some dishonourable list. It was Atlas who started it, and I want Atlas on his own list, so being that I'm on the list and a lot of people are on the list, I think Atlas deserves a spot there. And also Atlas crowned himself as a top Grey Knight player as well, so he's also playing Grey Knights in the tournament as well, so let's see if he actually picks that up in this game. There's also some confusion in chat. Someone's asking about someone who's not picked all three of their champions and what to play. So, I don't know. Where is Forest? I can't remember. I think Forest and Tex are arguing about their position on the list. Let me have a look. Like, Tex and Forest have been posting replays in the thread trying to counter each other to try and like prove that they belong higher in their list. Let me have a look. So currently Forest is ranked 5, Tex is ranked 6 on just on the overall list. So they've been posting replays to try and prove that one's better than the other. Forest is also ranked number 4 on Grey Knights. Atlas is ranked 1 on Grey Knights, Cyrus ranked 2, Trufinity ranked 3, and Kael'thas is potentially number 5. Atlas has also ranked himself as number 5 as an Imperial Guard player. So, Okay, Atlas is ready to go, I'm ready to go. I don't know if Emperor of Mankind is ready to go because he's been having to wait quite a while. And also Judgment of Karen's the first map. My chair is kind of stuck. So, Alex was right about what he was saying earlier. I think that this EL, the Emperor of Mankind, I think he only plays Lord General. And there's Lord General pick. Will Atlas whip out the Brother Captain? He knows he wants to, since he... I mean, he can also play the Inquisitor if he really wants, but I don't think he wants an IG mirror, so... Now he's gonna whip out the Sorcerer. Where the fuck is this Brother Captain I was expecting? And that is the Sorcerer. So, everyone's ready. Let's get the game started. So Atlas and Emperor of Mankind, I don't know who you guys think is going to win. Kind of, I don't know really. Atlas hasn't played that much recently, so he is going to be rusty. And I've never actually seen Emperor of Mankind play or seen him play, so it's hard to say. Atlas with his very slow PC or whatever's going on here with that zero loading bar. Actually, there's like a slight pixel here. I don't know if you can really make it out, but this is what happens when Atlas is trying to play XCOM or whatever he was playing earlier while playing Dawn of War at the same time. So what is Atlas doing? And here we go. Starting to slowly creep his way through that complete loading bar. We're on like 15% or 20%. And it's getting there. Slowly, but surely. Come on, Atlas. Not so many people in this chat as well. I honestly have no idea what Atlas's PC is doing right now. This is one of the slowest 1v1 loads I've ever seen. It's not like a 3v3 map where it's, you know, large and you got other people, it's a 1v1 map. Finally, the game started, so...
My supreme power shall lead us to glory. The mind of a sorcerer is unknowable. From the Eye of Terror, we come to kill. Enemies of the dark is ours now. Ready for eternal war. They wish to drive me out. Your forces obey. Hear that, the song of battle. Your sorcerer. Position point is ours. If that victory point is lost, from the Eye of Terror, you may fail us this day. Road captured. The Auriga Commander comes for us! years I have cultivated the power of the Dark Gods.
Your units fulfill your command.
Receive victory point. Victory point captured.
Name your target. We will be merciless. You give ground to the enemy. Fight harder.
Power road ahead. The song of battle.
Chaos is the only true answer.
I've just realised I've had my microphone muted the entire time. Fuck. I can't believe I had my microphone muted for like so long. Anyway, CSM in mid gained 4 staff. Do you see the bash actually gain completely? Well, the generator farm gain completely taken out, both the single generator and power node. We do have a fire alarm going off for so we're gonna have a rematch though. So yeah, there's the drop, so let me come out of that then. Can't believe I had my microphone muted for that entire game as well. And then we've got a fire alarm going off as well, which interrupts the game, so that's not a very good start to the monthly Rumble tournament. So I don't know how long this fire alarm is going to last for Emperor of Mankind, so we will see. Oops, a message by Atlas. Thank Christ I got to Mulligan then won. Well, not fully understanding that message. So ask Atlas how long he thinks it is going before he actually comes back, because I don't know how long's the fire alarm going to last for, or how quickly can he get back into his dorm so he can actually continue playing. So, while waiting, I don't know, probably 20 minutes at least, okay, I might as well consider joining into a different game. So I'm going to go cast Kvek versus Crid. So I might as well change the Twitch title then, so to actually reflect. That won't be casting Atlas. So let me open up Twitch. Kind of a shame. I was looking forward to that series as well. So the Crid is waiting for Quebec. I'm just going to leave the title just Monthly Rumble Tournament 19. Um, let me have a look and just have a quick look, see if there's any other games. So, who's Toilailee playing against? Hive Spirit. Oh. Suppose I can. I don't know if anyone's actually spectating this game or not. There's someone apparently spectating. I'll jump into Zvargle's game then. What game is for? I've got Zvargle on my friends list. No. Okay, here's an observer slot. I'll ask if anyone's casting that game. So let's see if we can jump into this since previous game didn't go well. Okay, so no one's casting this game, so I'm gonna go and steal this game away from them. So it looks like it's gonna be their first game since the map is Judgment of Carrion. So let me set myself to ready. I don't know if they've already decided on their champions, or I'm gonna guess that they have. So Zvargle's gonna be playing Chaos Lord, got EO Nightmare, playing as a Force Commander. So we'll see how this is gonna go down. So Nightmare wants 30 seconds, presumably just to get himself ready, maybe put some music on, or, you know, whatever people do to prepare for these games, I suppose. And Yale Nightmare's going to be switching up to the Commando knob. I'm going to assume that they've all sorted this out in like a private chat or something like that. Or that they know, or I don't know. Let the players sort it out between themselves, since I have no idea what I'm doing as a referee or whatever. So Nightmare's ready, I'm going to set myself to ready as well. Bulbous not ready, but it doesn't matter. Okay, he's ready up now. The game is going to begin. My microphone is finally not muted for casting the game, unlike before, which was quite stupid of me. So, Nightmare versus Zvargle. Chaos Lord versus Commando Knob. See how effective the Commando Knob will be on this map. Quite a variety of places, I suppose, where you can sneak around and come in from behind-ish, I suppose. So, let's let the game start. So, starting off on the top side of the map, we have Zvargle playing as the Chaos Lord with the Black Legion skin, and on the other side we do have EL Nightmare playing as Commando Knob, and I'm not really familiar with the Orc skin, so I'm not even going to say anything about it. So starting off, we do have double Shooter Boys going out for Nightmare, going straight for that VP as well, while Zvargle's opted to go off to the separate sides as Chaos Lord going for the power node up here, his Heretic's going for the natural power down here. We also have some sluggers at the natural power for Nightmare. Shooter Boy's going to capture the requisition point, which just sits outside of the base. So I do see a little bit of early VP pressure coming in here for Nightmare, getting the early cap onto that, so we can try and get Zvargle's VPs to bleed a little bit earlier. Heretic's going to go for this VP. I'm going to meet some sluggers later on. We've got some CSM, which are going to meet some Shooter Boys here as well. These Shooter Boys, not in cover, will lose quite badly. Here comes some sluggers versus Heretics. Get a bit of a zoom in on the go. These Heretics are going to lose the fight pretty badly there. Shooter Boys are going to bleed, at least the model. There goes the second model. as much as they're sitting behind cover, this is only yellow cover compared to the green cover that these CSM are hiding behind, so not the best fight for them, but they might be able to pick off a model. The lead model, or the back model actually might go down. Since the back model is not behind cover, it might go down. Sure boys, still not below the model on the second squad. Chaos Lord is coming in here, there goes a model on the CSM squad. That back model that was not behind cover does go down. These sure boys now upgraded with their big shooters, still not below that single model. Will actually retreat away with full model count, which kind of rare-ish. Well, not rare, but unexpected. Probably a better description. We do have some sluggers coming in for the natural power of Zavago. Looks like it's going to go capture that, while some heretics come in to try and stop them as well. While this is a fight going on outside the base. Looks like Zavago really wants to kill this Commando Knob, and he is very close to doing so. Gonna possibly lose heretics because of going into the base like this. These sure boys should be able to kill these heretics, I would have thought. Maybe if they kept chasing, they might have done. The sluggers are actually winning a second fight against these heretics. Looks like the heretics didn't even try to fight these sluggers because they're full health. So this power node is going to go, always going to be under threat, but we do have some CSM and the Chaos Lord coming in to try and protect it. The sluggers do have their flamers as well, so they do have the extra health, and with the burners as well. The two models with the burners do have power melee instead of regular melee, which does more damage against heavy infantry and commanders and some other armor types as well. So these shitboys, only with 4 models, they don't have any upgrades on them, no big shooters, no shooter knob. These other shitboys, though, gained fully upgraded with the shooter knob and the big shooters. They're going to be outputting a lot of damage. Commando knob here as well, stealthing up, still no upgrades on the Commando knob. Have some hide the boys coming in here. But there is a detector because of the aspiring champion on these heretics. These sluggers are revealed. You have the stun bomb going down, it will catch that lead model out, so these Havocs can't actually suppress. These aspiring champion heretics are getting absolutely demolished. Will go down, and that's a big win here for Nightmare. Commando knob has run out of energy now. These Havocs are going to set up. The Commando knob needs to be careful, he's going up in the face of these Havocs. There's this one Sureboy squad which is just outside the arc, but because this one squad is getting suppressed, the surrounding squads also do take courage damage. Here comes the sound bug as well for Nightmare. We're not having a very good start to the tournament. So, I mean, we've already had a fire alarm go off in the previous game. We now have a sound bug going off in this game. Because the game hasn't really gone on long enough, I'm going to say that it's going to have to be a remake. Both sides are equal in a sense. I mean, the game's kind of too early to say one person's won, one person hasn't won. I'm sure both players will agree to restarting the match rather than saying one person won, one person didn't win. We'll see. Neither players actually said anything in the chat, so I'm not sure. Do have some heretics coming in here to flank these sluggers. These sluggers are probably going to win the fight just because of the amount of ranged fire support coming in here. Here comes some melee. This heretic squad will go down, I think. Might barely skim its way out there. Ooh. 15 HP. Gets out of there with 15 HP. A bit luckier than the earlier heretic squad which did die.
If that victory point is lost,
I'm not sure. Nightmare has a sound bug, so I don't know when the game's going to crash for him, basically. So, or if the game will crash for him, maybe he might get lucky. DCSM still going around though with only 2 models. They lost the model much earlier, and he hasn't replaced the model that was lost. Not sure if he just doesn't want that extra model, or not really sure about the reasoning behind it. I would definitely prefer my CSM squad to have full models. We do have some heretics chasing all the way into base. These sure boys getting away with 3 models, including the Knob himself. We do have the Chaos Lord over here chasing down the other sure boy squad. No upgrades on the Chaos Lord. Could see a combi flamer come on, or would have seen one earlier if he was going to buy one, just for bleeding off those models while chasing down this Slugger Boy squad. Was trying to, it did have hide the boys on them, but again the aspiring champion, and with the detection, able to see them and they get killed. Now Nightmare is repurchasing his Slugger Boy squad. Got to zoom out from the earlier fight. We do have some Havoc still set up here. The Commando Knob is going to flank round, is stealthed but is getting suppressed. I'm not sure if he realizes Commando Knob's game. Okay, Commando Knob's actually finally stealthed and these Havocs are suppressed, so here comes Commando Knob to try and melee these Havocs just to get them to unset up and retreat away. Here comes some heretics, but these heretics without their aspiring champion will just absolutely melt before they are able to get into melee range of these sure boys. And here on the other side we've got the aspiring champion heretics with the 2 CSM models here. Gonna take down this power node. I don't know if Zavago has realized that there is a full generator farm over here on the other side, so we'll see. There comes some corn worship going down. These Havocs are gonna speed into position, but Commando Knob's going to come in just in time to get a melee, or slightly too late actually because these squads did get suppressed. Chaos Lord is going to just knock him away. Havoc's going to try and reset up. They do retreat though. Do have these Slugger Boys. You can see a kill of the week go down here. We do. Takes down 2 Slugger Boy models there. The Slugger Boys do retreat away. These Shooter Boys are going to be the next target for the Chaos Lord. In fact, no, these Shooter Boys are going to be next target for Chaos Lord since they are probably more out of position, but they will retreat away. We do have some CSM getting shot from range. These heretics are going to be next target. Look at the damage on these heretics in a short burst. Quite a lot of damage there. We do have some Plague Marines as well coming up for Zavago, which I guess Zavago was kind of expecting a war truck to come out. We do have some sick bombs there, but they were a little bit late there. Here comes the Demonic Sacrifice, and here this Bloodlust Squad is actually destroying this Commando Knob. The Commando Knob is going to go down. Could this be the crash that Nightmare had from the sound bug, because it does not look like he's reacting. I'm gonna say, let's say yes. I think both players really should have just remade the game when Nightmare said sound bug. I haven't got Zavago on my friends list, so I can't really message him. There's EO drop, so I'm gonna guess Zavago's either gonna concede the game to end the game, or he's gonna drop himself. So I will leave the game and join the rehosted game. Here comes the AI war truck now. Let's see what the AI war truck can do. Gonna just go in there, it's gonna lay down the hurt onto these Havocs. It is pretty ballsy to just sit here. It's gonna decide to back away now when it is 1 missile hit from death. It's gonna park up and it's gonna go down. Look at that tasty explosion. So Zavago is just continuing on this game. So let's see if Bulbous is still in the observer chat and ask what happened, because I'm imagining that he's in contact with Nightmare. Hopefully he hasn't left the game. But let me should post then. Pretty close. I don't know. Let's have a look and see if anything's actually been said in the chat. So I'm just going to let this game play. I'm going to ask Atlas if he's managed to get his game sorted out with the Emperor of Mankind. Don't know if he has or hasn't. Gonna guess by the delayed response that he has and that he's already in game or something. So Nightmare did say in the group chat that his game did DC, so I'm just gonna leave this game because there's not really much point in staying in the game. So far we're not very lucky. We've had the fire alarm, we've had a sound bug. Third time is the charm, hopefully. Atlas is not in the game actually, he's just AFK. And I assume that Emperor of Mankind still got his fire alarm going off in his dorms, as he mentioned earlier. It's not what you particularly want during a tournament. So I'm just gonna have to wait, I guess, for a game to come up. Pardon. Someone's joined his game, so let's hope. And it is. I don't know if Atlas is back yet though. Or if Atlas is here. I'm gonna just ready up and I think Atlas is back though. Just because he didn't reply to me on Steam. And normally he's pretty quick at replying, so more delays. So hopefully this time or this game we don't have any problems, or you know, hopefully it's smooth sailing from here on out. So all of this getting caused because of one of his doormates, not teammates, doesn't know how to cook toast. Good old cooking that toast. Where is Atlas? Let's spam him on Steam. Hopefully he heard or saw one of those messages. So, still no Atlas. Well, spammed him on Steam, so I don't know, maybe he's just taking like a huge break or something from whatever he was doing, or it seems the other games have kind of gone a bit smoother. From just looking at the Twitch channels, it looks like everyone else is in a game but me, which is a bit of a nightmare. Well, not really a nightmare, it's just not the best start I've had to streaming. So still waiting on Atlas, wherever the hell Atlas has gone. He messaged me like 10 minutes ago saying that Emperor wasn't responding, and then he's just like kind of fallen off the face of the planet. Maybe I should like call him on Steam or something, like just to be really annoying. So, I don't know. I don't really know what people talk about. Let's talk about Atlas and his dishonorable list again or something. And that how if Atlas loses this best of 3 series against Emperor of Mankind, then how he will end up on his own dishonorable list. And how he ranked himself as the #1 Grey Knight player and the #5 Imperial Guard player out of everyone, as well from the Elite mod. So Emperor can wait for him, but I'm just being impatient in the sense that I can't be bothered waiting, or would rather not wait. So let me have a look at the brackets once again, just in case they maybe change slightly. So the winner of this best of 3 between Atlas and Emperor of Mankind will go on to face the winner of Tex and Endymion. And I think we know who's gonna maybe prevail through that. I'm gonna place my bet on Tex winning, just because Tex has been practicing quite a bit of Lord Commissar lately, so I might follow him around. Actually, I'm quite interested to see the Lord Commissar plays. We also have, actually we already have someone go through, or not go through. So Swift has already won his round because Infamous X didn't show up, so Swift has now gone on to go face Dark Riku in the round of 16. We also have Toilailee, who's won his first game against High Spirit. We have EL the Witch Way, who was a no-show, so Valkyrie will go on to the round of 16. We have Redbeard, who has 1 game up against EL, a page of abnormal tactics. And that's all the brackets have to offer so far. So there, some of the games have already kind of started, really. So still Atlas no showing, or not no showing, but not being here. So we have an update on Redbeard versus a page of abnormal tactics, and Redbeard has won 2-0. So he would be advancing to the next round, and he'll go on to face the winner of Zavagal and EL Nightmare. And I'm not sure how Zavagal and Nightmare are going to handle the first game with the sound bug. I don't know if Nightmare's going to say that he lost it, because I think both the players really should have just ended the game while it was fresh and just rehosted, remade, replayed. But when you're in the observe slot, you can't really communicate with the player, so I can't really say go remake the game. Maybe I should have messaged Bruce and told him to tell Nightmare or something to go and remake the game instead, but I was I don't know, I kind of thought that they might sort it out themselves. But I don't know, they've probably sorted it out now between themselves, so we'll see. So is Tex in the chat? I have not seen him, or I can't see him. So still waiting for Atlas to pop his head up and get into this game. It's been like 10 minutes now. Well, not 10 minutes, it's been 8 minutes. Where is Atlas? While we're waiting for him, let's have a look at Atlas's stats. So 99 and 64 on IG, he is level 60 with them. 39 champion awards, I don't know if that really matters or makes a difference. 157 commanders killed to 133 lost. These are some stats. If anyone even cares about stats, I don't think anyone does really, but they've kind of run out of stuff to talk about while waiting for Atlas to come back, so I'm just going to talk about his stats. So I mean, like, it's kind of, I mean, he's got like a positive win rate with most stuff, with Eldar, with Space Marine, with IG, with Chaos, and a negative win-loss with Tyranids and Orcs. Shame on you, Atlas. Here we go, actually, Atlas is back. He heard the messages but couldn't find them. Alright, so we finally got the game started, so I don't need to bullshit my way through talking about stats. So, Atlas versus Mankind with Page of Abnormal Tactics, spectating. Hopefully no fire alarms, hopefully no sound bugs, hopefully nothing else to get in the way of this game, because I will not be happy if something else actually comes in to interrupt this tournament. So, we also hope that Atlas does not have a slow load like he did before, because I was really slow load from him. Although it does kind of look like it will be one of those loads where it's going to take like 2 minutes. But I don't have the option of opening up Atlas's or Emperor's stats and just making some stuff up about it, so we're just going to have to observe this beautiful loading screen for a good 2 minutes, and let's actually talk about the map. So the map has 3 contested VPs. You don't have a natural VP on this map, you do have your natural power to your left here, but some people do opt for this right power. We've got 3 requisition points in the middle, we got these 2 requisition points here, and that's kind of the entire map dissected. Well, I could also talk about the fact that it's kind of like 3 lanes, so you got this center lane very close between 2 bases, you got this very wide left lane over here with the double power and the VP, then you got this like skinny right lane with this, you know, this gap here, this wall, I think it is. Actually no, I think it's a chasm, not a wall, with the with another VP and 2 powers which are a bit closer to each other than these 2 power over here. Looks like Alice's bar is not even slightly loaded while I'm just trying to make some stuff up. We've also got this little passage here, which you can store stuff to hide from your opponent if you so wish. Although the problem is with this game is that if you have a unit here, I'm pretty sure it might be able to see over to here, because it's not like a true sight, it's you can just see absolutely everything around your unit, even if they're like behind a wall. So you can't hide stuff in that corner like I just said. Keep it up, I can talk about the cover. So there's some green cover in mid with these pipes. There's like some pipes which are green cover. There's also quite a bit of yellow cover, which is just like the random other junk, and like a little battery thing as well in mid, which is yellow cover. I'm not even sure about the cover on the other sides. I'm pretty sure there's some yellow cover on this side. I'm not sure about this side. Might be some green cover. This map doesn't really show, or this like little thing doesn't show cover, so it's hard to remember off the top of my head where the cover is. I mean, you can always blow up chunks of the map and make your own cover. Emperor of Mankind is also IG, so if he wants, he can actually use some deployable cover to wall off a section or hide behind. Only problem is that you have to worry about Atlas moving his CSM forward and then using Emperor's own deployable cover against him, so you need to be careful about that. I've seen text what he does with the deployable cover. He gets guardsmen to build like 1 square, and because all the guardsmen kind of are on the same spot while building the cover, all the guardsmen tend to use this like 1 block of cover, and it's really effective actually. Very annoying. So Atlas's bar starts to load. So talking about cover seems to have shoved his bar forward. There's also, if you look at the background picture, there's this this weird like pipe thing or hose. It looks like a hose actually. So there's some of these hoses on the ground which is yellow cover. And there's some of these like random hoses in the center which I know of, or which I think I remember. You can also see behind these observers there's these like boxes which are also yellow cover. I don't think you can hide behind this circular chunk of metal, but if it is, it's probably going to be some green cover because that looks pretty solid. but you could probably only have like 2 people shoot from it, so it's going to be more beneficial to Chaos than IG. You also have some turrets and base to protect your base. Oh man, Atlas, I'm running out of stuff to talk about. You better load up quick. Also, IG, on top of having the tarantula turrets outside of the base itself actually has turrets poking out of it. And I'm pretty sure it actually does okay against vehicles as well. It doesn't like destroy them, but it actually does damage them more than what a tarantula turret would do. So maybe be careful when you try and go into their base with a blood crusher. Although I'm not sure if you get the guns in the tier 2 bastion. I think it might be a tier 3 bastion that you need for these guns. I can't remember. I don't really check my IG bastion enough to see if it has weapons popping out of it. And it's not really a game-changing thing. Because if you've already got enemy units inside your base, then the bastion turret is maybe the least of your worries. Okay, here's Atlas. Finally! Coming in here with the Black Legion Sorcerer. He is gonna sit here and let Emperor of Mankind have the head start while Emperor of Mankind is on the move with the Deathcore skin, by the looks of it. So when you do take this long to load, the game actually kind of it delays it basically, so I can't explain it, but when you take so long to load, the game starts without you basically for a few seconds, and Atlas actually worshipping his heretics inside his own base, which you don't really want to do unless you're the Chaos Lord. As a sorcerer, you don't really need to stealth your sorcerer when moving out of your base at the very beginning. So let's have a look at mid. And look at these boxes and battery packs that I was talking about, which I'm pretty sure these battery packs are yellow cover. These pipes here are green cover. These boxes are yellow cover. I'm not going to talk about the cover anymore, I'm pretty sure I've covered plenty of the cover. So we have the Lord General moving in very aggressively. Atlas hasn't even captured the requisition point outside of his base, has opted to go around the map, while Emperor of Mankind has decided to go through the center of the map. You see Atlas going with that double heretic build once again. Sentinel's going to come in here, spot one of the heretic squads at the very least. Is going to pick away some models. One model going down already. The Sorcerer is now stealthing in here. Some Doom Bolts going down, going to land very nice in the Guardsmen. These heretics are going to back away. Sorcerer is going to go in by himself. He will pick off a model or 2. There goes 1. And the Sorcerer does need to back off because the entire army of Emperor of Mankind is here and is going to lay out a lot of damage to a single commander. So let's see if the strategy of going off to the sides will work compared to just plowing through the center. Should also remove that top thing so you can actually see the VPs as well. So we do have the CSM off to the left, which maybe not the best bashes in comparison to heretics, so we'll see how they do. Sentinel does get the decap onto that VP. Do have heretics here as well to capture the side requisition point, which Mankind hasn't really touched at all. Here comes some Havocs as well. Heretics are fully reinforced as well, so they're ready for the fight. These heretics are, could say, a little bit out of position. They're a bit deep, but these guardsmen are now out of position. They don't have the support that they need right now. The other guardsman squad is going to get captured or flanked by this other heretic squad coming in here. Down the CSM onto the generators, actually meleeing the power node. You end up doing more damage in melee compared to range with the CSM, so it's worth meleeing it. It's just it does put them further into enemy territory, so you need to consider that. They will get the decap. The Sentinel does have the stomp, so we will see the stomp go down. We'll knock him off the cap. This one model who is not stunned should probably go do the capping duties while his 2 teammates or 2 squad mates are actually stunned. But he won't. He will be lazy. He will sit there and try and kill the Sentinel himself. He's not going to kill the Sentinel himself, and it gives the Mankind some time to actually repurchase this power node, so we do see the CSM trying to re-melee that. Still some heretics mid, still no upgrades on them because Atlas has decided to opt for some noise marines for some faster bashing. Did see some doom bolts over here onto Lord General. Sorcerer really can't win this fight against Lord General with the amount of health that he's on. Sorcerer just needs to leave this fight really. Because even in range Lord General will kill him, in melee Lord General will kill him. Or will win that fight rather. The Havocs are set up, we do see he did bash this generator but decided to stop in favour of repositioning the Havocs in order to try and protect this bash on the go. So in the mid we do have the double guardsman, the Sentinel, the Lord General is also going to come back with them. We do have the Catechins also coming out as well next to the Lord General. Sentinel does need to be careful because there are some Havocs out here, and here comes the old Unreliable knocking down the Havocs into a battery, destroying some cover. Noise Marines here, very nice spread of damage. Here comes a Stomp. Stomp will miss actually. Looked like he was trying to stomp his own Catechins there. Some grenade launch heretics as well. This is looking to be quite an expensive tier 1 so far for Atlas, with 80 power being spent on Noise Marines, Havocs and grenade launchers. That means no upgrades for the Sorcerer, or if he does want to upgrade a Sorcerer, it's going to cost quite a bit. So here comes the power bash onto this node up here. Noise Marines doing flame damage are very effective against power nodes and generators. The CSM are going to finish off this final power generator over here as well. And we see the majority of the map is going towards Atlas. If you look at the minimap now, it is very blue. The Sentinel needs to be very careful. Oh, Unreliable used once again on the Havocs to interrupt them. Sentinel is going to go in and follow that up with a Stomp. Very nice Stomp, catching a lot of heretics there on top of the Havocs. These Havocs need to be very careful actually, they're quite low. These Noise Marines are coming from the side onto these Guardsmen. These Guardsmen need to be very careful in fact. You take a lot of damage, don't bleed too many models, but the squad itself has taken a lot of damage. Catching model does fall down there. The Sentinel actually very low, 40, 20, 10. Sentinel does go down, that's quite a big loss now for Mankind. Mankind needs to really follow up this heavy tier 1 with a heavy tier 1 himself I think, because he's not able to hold with the few units that he already has got. He has quite a lot of requisition to repurchase his generators, but the problem is that he's not in control of any of the power at the moment. In fact, both could get noded by Atlas. Atlas actually opts to node the natural one, but the one off up here is still not noded. So let's see what these Catechins and Guardsmen can do. I feel like they're quite outclassed right now by Atlas's army. Here comes a grenade barrage onto the capping Guardsmen. These other capping Guardsmen need to retreat out there. These Noise Marines are doing a lot of damage. You could see some force melee on them. And we do have Atlas winning the first game. Atlas calling the GG there. So game 1 going to Atlas. After so many problems, we've now had a flawless game, as in a game without problems. And it's about time. So game 1 to Atlas. Atlas coming in here with a very high unit score. Although it doesn't look like it should be as high as it should be. 47 and 3 unit score, but there wasn't that big a difference in unit killed. So that's a bit odd. So Atlas will hopefully get another game up. And we'll see game 2. So game 2 will be Emperor of Mankind's choice. He'll get to choose the map, and it will be Atlas's champion pick first. Because in that previous game, it was Emperor's first pick. Emperor first picked Lord General, then Atlas countered with Sorcerer. So Atlas will be picking his champion first. And we'll see if Mankind will play anything else against it. And I'm not seeing any names yet. Swift saying that he 2-0'd Riku in the chat, but I'm reluctant to believe that. So still no game hosted by either player. So, I'll just ask Alice if he's got a game match and find out what's going on. So, don't know, maybe Alice is having like a quick break or something as well at the same time, I don't know. But we'll just patiently wait for a few minutes and see. I mean, I doubt they're going to start a game without me or without Bruce. No, not Bruce, Paige. I think it was Paige the one I was watching in the previous game. So currently just chilling and waiting. So I don't know what map either player or what map Emperor will pick. So let's actually have a look at the brackets or see what's going on. So just had Adilla is currently 2-1 against First Rodar, so he will be going to the next round. Here's the game by Atlas. Get in there. So Noisy is 2-0 against Tyranid Terror. Bar Attack is a no-show, so Noisy will be facing Knife Juggler in the round of 16. Redbeard was 2-0 against Page of Abnormal Tactics, and Zvargl was 2-0 against EL Nightmare, so Redbeard versus Zvargl in the round of 16. Got Toilailee versus Valkyrie in the round of 16. We got Yay versus Paperbag, or Yay, or Yay, or he keeps changing his name, so I'm just gonna call him Yay for now. Versus Paperbag in the round of 16 again. Tex is 2-0 against Endymion, which means that the winner of this game, or the winner of this best of 3 series, sorry, will go on to face Tex in the round of 16. Aguxyz versus Asmondiez in the round of 16 as well, since Asmondiez has kicked out Jambu and Aguxyz has kicked out Dandalus. Dark Riku is 2-0 against Swift Saber in the round of 16, so he is in the round of 8 now. And Quebec was a no-show, so Crid is in the round of 16, and you'll be facing against Adilla, who was 2-1 against Fus Rodar. So we have Atlas playing as the Brother Captain, we have the Emperor of Mankind playing as the Force Commander, and a lot of people do struggle with this matchup from the Space Marine's point of view. I'm pretty sure people who play Space Marine do struggle against Brother Captain. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But we did see Noisy, when the bounty was on his head, he did go 2-1 against Cyrus in the Force Commander versus Brother Captain matchup, so we'll see if Emperor of Mankind has picked up a few tips from Noisy, or if Atlas, who has named himself the rank 1 Brother Captain higher than Cyrus, will be able to show Cyrus how it's done, apparently. Luckily Atlas has loaded a bit quicker than the previous game. We don't need to talk about the cover so much in Ashes of Typhon, because this map is not really known for its cover. But we do have the 2 VPs off to the side. I don't have time to talk about the map because the game has started. Here is the Brother Captain, already using the We Are the Hammer ability for that speed boost. Some ISTs here, kind of all gain half blocks on each other. And on the other side, we do have Emperor of Mankind rocking the Ultramarine DLC skin. So, Delve Scouts off to the left here, going straight for that VP to apply some VP pressure onto Atlas. Atlas was talking about the triple IST build earlier today, along with a Rhino. So we will see if he's going to go for that build today. Here come the second IST, starting to build out now. Emperor of Mankind has not opted to go for a second scout squad.
That's a critical spot, no doubt.
But we'll see. Brother Captain and the Strike Squad quite a scary force on its own in the first engagement. IST off to the left. I'm pretty sure IST do win against scouts in a straight up engagement just because of the burst fire that the IST are able to do. Scouts damage is a bit more consistent, scouts also have less health as well. So I'm pretty sure these IST off to the left will be able to beat the scouts that are on the left. So Brother Captain is going to tie up these tactical marines here. Brother Captain actually does do power melee as his default. I think it's 29 power melee DPS, which means that he does do extra damage to heavy infantry like these tanks. This Strike Squad was actually doing quite decently against the Force Commander. The Force Commander did take a lot of damage before coming into melee. The Battlecry is doing a lot of work though, and the Brother Captain is coming over to actually help out the Strike Squad before they do lose too much health or any models. Brother Captain is going to force off the Force Commander here. These tanks are still on quite a bit of health. Strike Squad might lose a model. Here comes the We Are the Hammer once again. That speed boost coming in very useful, especially on the Strike Squad, and also giving the Brother Captain extra melee charge to help him get into the fight. And we do have some scouts over here. Here's the triple IST build that I was talking about earlier, that Atlas was talking about. These scouts are just gonna pussy out of there because they're not gonna be able to win against the ISTs. These Strike Squad is gonna melee down this node. We did see Atlas use the CSM to melee down, but Strike Squads do have even higher melee damage, so they should be able to take down that node quicker had they have not been forced off by these tanks and Force Commander. Do see the Aegis as well coming out for the Brother Captain, giving him some health regen, making him extremely tanky. And Emperor of Mankind actually opting for double tanks instead of double scouts or triple scouts even. So we'll see how this works out. This Brother Captain needs to just leave right now. And this Blessed Aegis is going to save him here. Or is definitely going to help him get away anyway. 3.5 health regen in retreat makes a unit very difficult to kill in the early game. Now then, we could see a drop pod come in later on for Emperor of Mankind. Do see Noisy use a lot of drop pods, especially in the game against Cyrus. I'm pretty sure he uses a drop pod in nearly every game. Actually, do see a power sword going out for the Force Commander, very nice choice against the Strike Squad. But with the triple IC on the field, I feel like an Iron Halo or the... I actually forgot what the armor's called now. But you guys know what the armor I'm talking about anyway. That might have been a better choice possibly. Because the Force Commander's Bolt Pistol actually does do quite a good job picking off models, does do about 16 DPS. And these IST models only have 100 health, so... don't know. We have some operatives coming out as well. Operatives are going to do quite a number. These shotgun scouts are just carrying. Okay, here they are. In fact, these scouts can probably force melee on the IST. When you get the shotgun upgrade on the scouts, you do get higher melee skill. Or improved melee skill, so... I don't know, maybe these scouts could get a special onto the IST or something can help out. There goes one Strike Squad model. So let's see if these tanks aren't going to force melee on them. They're going to decide to focus down on the IST, or these these scouts getting absolutely minced by these operatives there. Emperor of Mankind only down to double tanks now, but he is not feeling the same amount of power bash pressure as he did in the earlier game. So we'll see if he is going to opt for a quick tier 2. This Brother Captain is kind of firing to the left of him there with his wrist-mounted Stormbolter. Double attacks are going to go and get a decap onto that VP. A lot of the map is belonging to Atlas right now. A lot of the map is blue.
Stormtroopers reporting ready.
Do see that Emperor of Mankind is currently only in control of a single requisition point and a powered farm, a full power farm though.
Hostile forces.
But there's a lot of requisition points belonging to Atlas right now, and that requisition advantage is going to help out quite a lot. If you look at the income here, 297, it just dropped to 255. Doesn't seem like much, but does make a difference, especially when Atlas has a lot more units and has a lot more upkeep to pay compared to Emperor of Mankind. In fact, we see some ASMs coming out now, which I suppose is quite a nice choice against these triple ISTs and operatives. Maybe not the best time to jump them in, given the attacks aren't here. They have no support right now, and strike squads do alright in melee, so I'm not sure about this jump in. If you look at the amount of damage they're taking, they're going to lose their model, definitely. And I was wrong, they did not lose a model, but they did lose a lot of health though. But they're going to be out of the fight for quite a while they're regenning, and Emperor of Mankind is going to lose his power. Atlas is also the first one, taking up to tier 2, already halfway there. Emperor of Mankind is following him, but it might be a bit too late. He's going to lose all of his power, and it's going to be very difficult to get a tier 2 unit out without any power. I mean, you can always get P-Devs out, but P-Devs is not going to help out too much when there's operatives on the field. So that's a full generator wipe. Brother Captain has been quite aggressive here with the amounts of health that he's on. Does actually get special there before retreating away. Force Commander with the power sword is doing some nice damage, but hasn't really had much of an opportunity to shine just yet. That is a very nice special onto that strike squad. Should be able to get a model there. If that wasn't a special, I think he would have got a model at the very least. So Emperor of Mankind does force off Atlas, but he has already lost a fair amount as it is. And once again, a lot of the map is very blue right now. If you look at the mini-map, a lot of the map belongs to Atlas.
The enemy has 300
These operatives over here are very sneaky. Might try and take down one of these tack models. Do take down one of the tack models. Kraken bolts activated, which don't help out against operatives. Here comes that Rhino that Atlas does love. Operatives do need to back out. They do lose models to the Force Commander though, but they have already taken attack models, so they've already done their job. Also have the Terminator Librarian coming out as well now for Atlas. And he has gained the reinforced armor plating, which does give it the vehicle armor. We will see possibly an assault cannon get added to it. This Force Commander does need to back out. We'll back out in time. So let's see what this Rhino is going to do. Here we do see the heavy bolter turret, not the assault turret. Heavy bolter turret coming out, which is kind of expected. Atlas knows that he is ahead in power, given that he has already taken down this generator farm once. So the Terminator Librarian is somewhere. Here he is. Can also be used to actually shroud Grey units. You can actually shroud paladins and have paladins just like pop out into your opponent's face if you really want, but I don't think we're going to see that this game, because Terminator's a fairly late game, and Alex is going to probably go for a bit of a tier 2, like a big tier 2 build now to kind of end the game. So here's him going to jump in as a strike squad. Do see a tack model going down. Do see the Thunder Hammer on the Force Commander. No other upgrades on him though. Terminator Librarian doing a pretty good job so far. Did smite all the infantry. There goes an ASM model. Terminator Librarian is a bit deep now. Does need to be a bit careful, but we'll get out of there just in time. Still no upgrades on the Brother Captain in terms of weapons. Normally we do see a Nemesis Force Halberd. Another attack model going down. This is very expensive, and there's the concede for Emperor of Mankind. Now it'll be a 2-0 victory for Atlas, and he will advance to the round of 16 against Tex. So look at the unit score. Again, not many units dying, not many units lost, but in this game, in comparison to the previous game, the units are worth a lot more. So bleeding attack model is a lot worse than bleeding some heretics or some guardsmen, as you all know. So Atlas will go on to go and face what's it called? Tex. So we also have Aguxyz versus Asmondiez as well. I don't know if they've actually started their series or not. I'm gonna say they might have done. Looks like they've already got some observers there. I'm gonna see who's casting. Adeptus is casting that one, so I'm gonna stick with Tex versus Atlas. Should be a good game. And then maybe like me and Atlas, me and Adeptus, sorry, we'll meet up and then like join our casts then in the, well actually maybe we'll wait until the semi-finals just so we can get some more coverage of the round of 8 or the quarterfinals. So Tex versus Atlas, I guess we're we're just going to like wait a few minutes maybe for one of them to get a game up. So where is Tex? I don't see Tex in this chat unless I'm just I do see him, never mind. Anyone streaming Paper Bag versus Yay? I don't think anyone is. But Depth has said that he could. So I'm going to stick with Mr. Atlas. We're going to host the game and should maybe make it. What was the map? It's Fedrid Folly, I think. Fedrid Folly. Where is that? There we go. And I'll invite Atlas, and I don't have Tex on my friends list, so I'm just going to have to wait for that to, or wait for Tex to jump in really. So let me see if any of them see my message about Atlas versus Tex. So here is Atlas just waiting on Tex now before we can get this going. What has Tex actually picked? I know he's got the Lord Commissar, but he has got something else. I don't know what else he got picked. Let me have a quick look. War Boss, actually, yeah, that looks familiar. And there was a third one, I think it was a Space Marine hero. And it's, if I could actually like find his name, Chaos Sorcerer was his other pick. So, who is top of the bracket? So Tex is at the top of the bracket, so he will have to pick his hero first. So we'll see what Tex decides to play, if he's going to go for the War Boss, if he's going to go for Lord Commissar, or is he going to go for the Chaos Sorcerer and Atlas. If he's going to go for, I'm going to assume that he's playing the Inquisitor. And, well, the Inquisitor, Chaos Sorcerer as well for Atlas, and Brother Captain as well, which we've seen. So, currently waiting. So first map is also Fedrid Folly as well. So Tex did say that he wants a minute, so probably gonna go get like a drink or something like that, and then we'll be able to start the game. So Tex is gonna go for a quick piss apparently, and then he'll be ready to play. I'll wait for both players to actually like ready up in the game though before starting, just because I don't want to prematurely start and then realise that one of the players wasn't happy, because that means having to rehost, and with Atlas having that very slow load on Judgment of Carrion, I really don't want to sit through another loading screen. So, while waiting, I guess I should talk about the map again, which I'm getting kind of sick of talking about maps. So Fedrid Folly has like a raised ground and a lower ground. So Tex, okay, talk about the hero picks now. Tex is going to go for the Lord Commissar, and Atlas is going to go for the Sorcerer. That is not the Sorcerer, that's a Warlock. There's the Sorcerer. Let me ask if both are ready. Just because Tex isn't readied up right now. Let's ask if Tex is ready. Okay, both ready. Time to start. Tex is not very happy about the counter pick here from Atlas. That's Sorcerer is quite a good champion against IG, especially with the Doom Bolts being very good AoE source of damage. The Sword of Flame is again another good source of damage as well for the Sorcerer. Maybe not as effective as Doom Bolts, I suppose. Still very effective. You can shield yourself in some fire and just walk up to the guardsmen and just burn them for days. And you've also got the Vestments of Warp, very nice for actually tying up guardsmen or tying up the heavy weapons, or just gives you so much mobility. Only costs 30 energy as well for each warp or teleport. I'm not sure what the ability is actually called, but the one that lets you jump around. I think it's warp. I don't know. Dark Riku here, Spine on Tex. Is Tex going to be your opponent later on then? Maybe have a quick look at the bracket. So, Riku, you'll meet Tex in the semi-finals, so good to spy on Tex early. So Tex is going to start off with a Sentinel. Normally you do see Guardsman first, then a Sentinel sometimes, but Tex is just going straight for that Sentinel. With the map being fairly big, the Sentinel has extra time to just get across the map, find out some heretics, and try and pick off some models of them early. So do have the Sorcerer over here, going to go onto the high ground, going to cap that VP. Do have the Lord Commissar going to go onto the lower ground to go and cap the VP and requisition point. Sentinel is just darting through the mid. Going to go straight for the power as well, and is probably going to go decap the power as well as soon as it gets captured, just to prevent Atlas from actually being able to node it. Do see Atlas is actually opting to go for the double CSM build instead of the double heretic build that we did see him use against Emperor of Mankind. So Sentinel is here, annoying some CSM. Second CSM squad is starting to get built. Sentinel does not have stumps, so it can't go in for the decap onto this power node. Sorcerer is just going to go in and just cap everything on the high ground. Lord Commissar is coming in here, he has something to say about the CSM. Here comes that decap onto the power. And here is the retreat now for the CSM squad, second CSM squad coming out. These guardsmen do need to retreat away because they're not going to be able to fight a sorcerer and heretics by themselves. Even if there's two guardsmen up here, I don't think they can really do much against double melee squads. They can't. Not the most efficient unit at kiting. More the kind of stand on fight and reinforce. We do see triple guardsmen here for techs and the heavy weapons to follow up this triple guardsman build as well. Heavy weapons is going to be quite nice. This Lord Commissar is taking a lot of damage from the double CSM, but will turn on the refractor shield and get out of there. Sorcerer is forced to retreat away, too much range fire. These heretics are just darting down the center. They must have saw some guardsmen and kind of got scared. These double CSM going to be able to push forward. There's only a single guardsman squad and a sentinel, which they will be able to win against, but another guardsman squad looks like it's on its way to come in and help out really. Sentinel being very annoying. Both these CSM go out their Eternal War as well. Atlas might not go for the Eternal War upgrade until later on in the game or when he's tier 2. But Atlas is currently behind in power given that he does not have this natural power. Is off to go and capture it though with these heretics. Do have a Havoc squad as well coming up for Atlas, but I'm not sure where his Havoc squad is actually set up, or it sets up here, sorry. The heavy weapons being very annoying. I'm not sure what this one model is trying to do, is try and walk back into the heavy weapons fire. Sentinel will be able to actually flank this heavy weapons very easily and get a stomp if Tex does want to push further forward. Sentinel is just going to carry on. Being very annoying, try and poke down models. Do have the Sigil Rift coming out onto the Sorcerer as well. Do have the Carapace armor as well coming in for the Lord Commissar, allowing him to have some extra health, health regen, and 2.5 health regen, 200 health, and also reduces the energy cost to execute your units, the Inspire Carriage, to 25 energy rather than 50 energy. Does give it double damage as well. You see that execute heavy weapons squad, which will be more effective in the next patch as well. So in the next patch it was talked about that heavy weapons team would have 6 models instead of 4, so Lord Commissar I think will be in favour of executing even more heavy weapons units when they will probably cost less to reinforce, having 6 models rather than 4.
Generator coming up.
So Lord Commissar is going to just go in, just chase down some CSM. These two CSM are quite low, but not low enough that they would actually bleed a model to the Lord Commissar. We'll see if Lord Commissar is going to get a power sword later on in the game. This bit, okay, yeah, he's running away now, which he needs to do. That generator is going to get repaired by some guards. We don't normally see generators get repaired. Very nice stomp though. On retreat there, these heretics are in a little bit of danger. Sentinel might try and chase. Okay, they're going to go down. Sentinel should be able to chase all the way to base and actually wipe this heretic squad. There it goes. Doesn't even need to go all the way to base, just needs to go partially across the map. Tech's doing a very good job of map control this game. A lot of the map is blue. Tech's on 490 VPs to Alice's 292. So you have some CSM going up the staircase here. We'll try and hide behind this bit of pipe sticking out the ground, and we'll try and fire back at the Sentinel. A retreat here from some guardsmen, so some noise marines are coming out now to kind of interrupt, and pretty sure what their weapons actually do. Does it just make people go deaf, or does it, like, I don't know. Not fully sure what these sonic blasters actually do in combat, but it does flame damage in this game and it does hurt some guardsmen. Sentinel does have stomp, so we could see it use stomp on some CSM, or looks like it's going to try and keep it and maybe use it for a more defensive purpose for when the guardsmen come back into the fight, to maybe get the noise marines off the guardsman's case or something like that. So Sentinel does need to be careful with the Havoc setup. Firing up the staircase. VPs 471 to 271. Tex is 200 VPs up in this game. Tex is also the first one to take up to tier 2. Atlas is only on 70 power, so he is a little far away from taking up. And here comes a stomp to try and protect the generator farm. Here's the Sigil of the Rift getting used. There's nothing to really warp. I think he wants to warp these Noise Marines behind the heavy weapons, but the Noise Marines were too far forward. This Sorcerer is going to be in a lot of trouble now. Sentinel will be able to chase all the way to base, but will it be able to kill him? 20 HP, 16. Doesn't look like the Sentinel is in range anymore, so Sorcerer is safe. Noise Marines did bleed 2 models. Havocs are 1 model down, but that's okay. Don't really need full models on them anyways. So Tex is nearly completed with his tier 2. Atlas is, what's he on? He does have nearly enough to take up now. Only needs 3 more power and then he can start his tier 2 himself. And here is his tier 2. Tex is going to go for a second heavy weapons team though. As his first tier 2 purchase, maybe to get some auto cannons out. Maybe he fears that a Blood Crusher is on its way, or a Dreadnought, or something like that. The CSM do need to be careful about bleeding the model. The Sentinel needs to be careful actually, the Havocs are about to set up. Sentinel could go down 20 HP, it gets the Guardsman in time for some repairs. They're very close to going down, but Tex keeping it alive, getting it out at the very last second possible. Do these Guardsmen actually have Sergeants? They doesn't look like they do. We do have the Sigil of the Rift, look like Atlas was trying to warp it to a Sorcerer, which would put the Guardsman behind his forces, allowing for him to easily kill off some models there, but Tex does retreat away so that it doesn't get caught in the Sigil of the Rift. Lord Commissar is also retreating. We do see the double auto cannons now. Triple auto cannons in fact. It looks like a very good build. The Sorcerer cannot stand up against the might of the triple auto cannons. Might even go down and retreat here if they had the range, that is. The triple auto cannon build, a very strong build. I do like that build. Not really seen it used in 1v1s, but definitely in a 3v3 situation. Alice gained some Bloodletters, which is a very good choice against multiple setup teams with the ability to actually walk forward. Their teleport distance is quite great, so they should be able to get up behind these autocannons, especially when the autocannons are grouped up together like that. He's look at that damage. That is a very dead Havoc squad. So autocannons don't really care that much for suppression because they will always be able to get a burst off. These Bloodletters will do quite a lot of damage to the Lord Commissar. I'm pretty sure they do 50 power melee per model. I'm not sure if it's that much, but look at the damage that they are doing there. Oh, maybe it's not power. I can't remember exactly how much damage they do. I'm pretty sure it's 50 power melee, but maybe someone can correct me on that. Look at these triple auto cannons. Even the Sorcerer, like as a single entity, is just nearly dying himself. So we do have the Sigil of the Rift. Does actually pull 2 auto cannons here, but Sorcerer will need to be careful. He is very low. I feel like the heavy weapons teams might have been able to force melee onto the Sorcerer and just hit him over the head with the heavy weapons that they've got and just kill him. Because he was just like a breeze away from dying, really. VPs 468 to 77. That's 45. Close enough for the 50. But 45 power melee, that's quite a lot of power melee. 180 power melee total. These Noise Marines are going to try and come in here for a bash. Auto cannons are setting up though. only one of them is in range. If they move forward, then okay, there goes one model. I actually love the sound of autocannons. They sound so satisfying when they fire. Bloodletters are actually getting knocked off the VP while trying to cap it. Lord Commissar's going to come back in now and just be very annoying. Bloodletters also can't cap while they are invulnerable as well. Here comes some worship. I don't know if the worship is in range. Looks like it's partially in range. Actually uses Sigil Rift to pull Lord Commissar off. But the Sorcerer is very low. Could go down to Lord Commissar here. One more melee attack should do it. Ooh, the stealth just in time. We'll be able to keep the Sorcerer alive. These aspiring champion heretics are coming in, but the autocannons are set up, so they will need to leave that fight. These triple autocannons, we do actually have a Cassican squad. I didn't even notice that Tex was going tier 3, to be honest, but we do have a Cadian Cassican squad coming in here now. We'll see what kind of upgrade is going to come in. I'm going to guess that it's going to be the grenade launcher upgrade, because they do constant knockback, and in conjunction with the autocannon damage, the grenade knockback to keep them in place, it's going to be a very strong combination. That's what I think it's going to be. I could be wrong. But we'll see how the triple autocannon and Cadian Cassican squad is going to do against these double CSM, Noise Rings, Bloodletters and Heretics. But we do have a Dreadnought out in the field, which is going to need a lot of support against triple autocannons. Triple autocannons, I mean, autocannons don't slow or snare or anything like that, but they do a lot of upfront damage. And here comes the Sigil, which actually does pull the autocannon in, but there's nothing to really follow it up. The Heretics are worshipping, the Bloodletters are stealthed. So another good thing with autocannons is, well, you can actually ground attackers with them and do the full amount of damage, which is very nice against stealthed units like those Bloodletters. I don't know if Tex was actually using that or if he actually did have a little bit of vision. Here comes an executed autocannon squad now. But for some reason they're not firing. I'm not sure about that. Okay, now they decided that they would like to fire. Here comes some dark flames onto these heavy weapons. Everything is going to have to retreat away from there. We do have some plasmas on some guardsmen here. Dreadnought is still going around. Where is these Cassicans? In fact, these are the Cassicans, not the guardsmen. They do have their plasma guns. I was kind of expecting either melters or grenade launchers. Melters if the Dreadnought was out. And these are guardsmen that are kind of just walking past the Dreadnought. They don't care. It looks like they're just going to walk into Atlas's base. I'm guessing that yeah, Tex is coming close to being pop capped, so he's going to sack his guardsmen for extra population. Meanwhile, top we do have the Sorcerer trying to fight the Cassicans and Lord Commissar. The Sorcerer does have the Robes of Torment for the snare, but the Cassican squad is going to focus down the actual chains. If you destroyed this, then you are no longer snared. There's also a change coming up for the Cadian Cassican squad. They're going to be a change to heavy infantry rather than just infantry. Here comes a grenade going down. We do have double Cassicans now. These other Cassicans do not have plasma guns though. We have these Heretics which do need to be a bit careful. Do have the triple autocannon set up in the retreat path as well. These Heretics are not going to last against the triple autocannons. These Bloodletters might lose a model as well. Doesn't look like they will lose a model. Looks like they will be okay. Wonder if Tex is going to let these guardsmen die. No, it looks like he's going to keep a single guardsman squad around, probably to repair this Sentinel. VP's 323 to 23. Let's see what this anti-everything army is going to do. This Dreadnought is going to be in trouble with the triple autocannons moving up to him. Do have some Havocs coming out for Atlas. Lord Commissar does have the Aura of Discipline now. Still no weapon upgrade. We could see the Fist of Brockus just to stop his units from actually dying as well. This Dreadnought is taking quite a bit of damage, and it wasn't even getting focused, and now it is going to get focused down. Look at the damage getting dealt to it. Does need to leave that fight.
That walker is finished.
These heavy weapons will be able to leave. Even with the Dark Flames on top of them, they are able to survive long enough to take down that Dreadnought. Here come the double Cascan squads. Both of them do have the... No, sorry, this one does not have the plasma gun upgrade. Neither of them have the sergeants as well. But look at the damage that these Hellfire and plasma guns are doing. These Blastmaster Noise Marines coming in for a flank on the Sentinel. Don't know if they will be able to fire. No, because they kind of blocked. They just knocked themselves down there. See if they will attempt the same thing again. And they just, or he just knocked himself down once again. Looks like he won't attempt a third time. He has learnt his lesson. Heretics are minced. Lord Commissar does need to be a bit careful. This Aura of Decay or Aura of Discipline isn't going to be enough. Sorcerer coming in with the Rod of Warp Fire as well, but the Rod of Warp Fire is not going to be enough against these double Acadian Castigan squads. Looks like he might have already used the Warp Fire ability. He does have enough energy for it, but is not using it. Sorcerer will go down. These Mark of Zinc CSM will need to be careful now. There are plasma guns onto these Castigan squads, so they're going to be taking a lot of damage. There goes one model, a second model could go down. A second model will not go down, but these Noise Marines still desperately trying to kill the Sentinel. There's one model with the bolter has probably done the bulk of the damage, while the one with the Blastmaster has actually done more friendly fire damage than anything. Finally gets the Sentinel. Tex's micro has dropped slightly while he is focusing down on killing everything else that Atlas has got. Or maybe he wanted to free up even more populations for a fourth Castigan squad. We do see a third Castigan squad out on the field as well, which I believe is this one. Because they do not have any XP currently. Tex is just kind of toying with Atlas now. We do have that fourth Castigan squad coming out. These Bloodletters, even though they're invulnerable, do need to back away. Very nice Noise Marine shot. Doesn't do too much damage. These Cascans are fairly tanky in comparison to Guardsmen. Here's a grenade. Grenade misses. Here's another grenade, and that grenade misses. Was kind of expecting Atlas to retreat a bit earlier. Could see a third grenade onto these Noise Marines. But looks like they will be spared. Raptors coming in here with their aspiring champion. I'm going to try and jump in here. And feel the bass of that noise through my headphones. One squad is forced to retreat. The other two squads look like they're going to kite these Raptors around. Because these Raptors are level 1, they're not able to do a double jump like ASMs are. Well, I mean you can, but you do need to wait quite a while. Lord Commissar is going to come in here. We do see the Demonic Fury get used on Lord Commissar, but the Lord Commissar does not care about that because he has his Refractor shield on. Here we have the rest of Atlas's army just coming in here. Cascans will retreat, these other Cascans will probably retreat as well. One Noise Marine goes down, this other Noise Marine will go down. Should die to the multi-last pistol, no not multi-last, just a last pistol. We do have the Stubbornness upgrade coming in, we do have the Power Sword as well for the Lord Commissar. And Texas on 238 VPs, Atlas is on 16, 15, 14. Getting very, very low. These Bloodletters are desperately trying to cap before the game can end, but the Lord Commissar is on his way. And we do have the 4 Castigan squads coming out of base now. 5 VPs, 4. It looks like he will get a cap unless he gets a special in time. Ooh. And he does not get the cap in time, so game 1 will be going to Tex. Tex winning with the good old triple autocannon 4 Castigan squad setup. These triple autocannons proving that they are by far sufficient AV, absolutely destroying a Chaos Dreadnought. And the Caskins and Lord Commissar himself just killing everything else that wasn't the vehicle. Even the autocannons in retreats, you kill some heretics as we saw earlier. It was a 21-minute game. So I'm gonna host another game, gonna move to that observer slot, gonna wait for Atlas and Tex to jump in. So Tex was the first pick in the previous game, so that means Atlas gets to... Atlas is the first pick and also his map choice as well. So, let's have a look. I'll have a wait really for Atlas to get in here really. So where's Atlas? I'll invite him if I can actually find him. There he is. So, Decadian Cassican Sergeant, as far as I know, it does give the faster capping or decapping and health. But beyond that, I am actually not sure. It might give an ability. But once again, I don't know. Can have a look on the codex myself as well, and have a look. So it upgrades the Sergeant, granting the squad 100 courage and 50% capture rate, which I'm not even sure if the courage is really worth it. Because in tier 3 you've probably already got something to counter a setup team. In fact, you don't really see that much suppression in tier 3. Because normally you've probably lost your Devastators, your Havocs or something by then. In a 3v3 situation that is. 1v1 is probably a bit more useful, a bit different. So Atlas is coming here. The Sergeant does have slightly extra health. By slightly extra health, I mean the Sergeant has an extra 25%, no, not 25%, extra 25 health, which isn't great. Sergeant also doesn't really do a lot of damage. Oh. GTG, which is Green Tooth Gorge. Tex, don't think the Warlock is his pick, so Tex is gonna go to the Chaos Sorcerer and show Atlas how the matchup is done. It says that he does not like vehicles. So So let me ask if both players are ready to go. Tex is ready, Atlas is ready as well himself. Let the game begin. So Atlas and Tex kind of swapping their races. Tex was the Lord Commissar in the previous game, now switching to the Chaos Sorcerer. Atlas in the previous game was the Chaos Sorcerer, now switching up to the Inquisitor. So let's see how Tex is gonna play this matchup differently to what Atlas done in the previous game, and see if Tex can win. I know that Tex did not like the matchup when he came into the game. He did say that he doesn't like it, so we'll see if Atlas likes it any better than Tex does. Tex will probably enjoy the matchup from the point of view of the Sorcerer. Sorcerer is a very good champion. I think this is a very nice map as well for the Sorcerer. Plenty of places to walk around, just to interrupt your opponent. So, game beginning. Let's zoom out. Let's have a look at Atlas. Atlas here playing as the Inquisitor. Gonna go for that natural power, and you have Tex here as the Thousand Suns, I think that is. Actually, no, I don't think that's the Thousand Suns because it's got this weird, like, kind of shark fin above him or something. So we'll see how this is gonna play out. Whoops. The Heretics wearing. Like some weird medieval helmet thing. No idea what that is. So Atlas says that if he can't beat Tex with the Inquisitor, he can't beat him with anything. Tex saying that the Inquisitor is so good. Gotta agree that the Inquisitor is a pretty good hero, or champion, or not champion. Commander, keep getting this mixed up with other games. Sentinel is gonna just walk through some CSM, walk up to some Heretics, walk back out. The Sentinel is already half health as well from the CSM. CSM is gonna try and chase this down, but Sentinel should be safe. Looks like it will be safe. There are double guardsmen here to get a repair. Do you see Atlas actually opting for a double Sentinel build? Double Sentinel build is very difficult to pull off with the vehicle path in this game being as clunky as it is. To do the Sorcerer versus the Inquisitor over here. We do have a special coming in before the Hammer of the Witches can actually go off. Hammer of the Witches does do 100 piercing damage, I think it's 100 piercing damage, 100 damage definitely. And it also does stun as well, but the Sorcerer didn't get the special beforehand. The Inquisitor should win that fight, but there are Heretics coming in here as support. Inquisitor will need to run away. That Doom Blast looked like it didn't actually land because it was the back model that exploded rather than a forward model. This one Sentinel is going to leave that fight. We do have a stomp over here onto these CSM. The other Sentinel here is just going to ignore these Heretics, is going to chill here. Decides it needs to go back and actually fight the Heretics. It needs to do its job. Doesn't have stomp, so will get surrounded by these Heretics. Is now kind of stuck, trying to path around, but Tex is actually using the Heretics to block. Will walk through the Heretics in the end. Is half health from just Heretics. Here comes the stomp though. That is some nice damage there. We'll force the Heretics to retreat away now. We'll actually get away with 6 models there. Nope, 5 models, my bad. These double Sentinels do need to get repaired up though by the guardsmen. They're both kind of just going around with half health, so they do need to be a little bit careful. No Holy Abrasive yet for the Inquisitor. Could see one of those come in later. Here comes some beam bolts onto guardsman and Sentinel. Guardsman trying to awkwardly dodge that as well. And the Inquisitor is quite deep right now. We'll spot these Havocs that have just come out of base for Tex as well. We'll see if Atlas decides to get anything to hard counter these Havocs. Double Sentinel should be able to counter the Havocs by flanking and stomping, but it's quite risky to do. Leaves your Sentinels quite open really. These guardsmen do need to get out of there. Are getting their sergeant in retreat as well. These other guardsmen already do have their sergeant. They are currently under attack by some Havocs. So Sentinel and guardsmen will need to just step away slightly to get outside that arc of fire.
Power node's been targeted.
So we do have these double CSM here, going to force melee onto the power node. We do actually have double heretics as well, and a single Havoc sword. Tech's going for a slightly larger army than what Atlas has. Atlas is actually getting the Holy Razor. Here comes the Holy Pyre ability, and the power melee is going to be enough to force the CSM to leave. Here comes the Hammer of the Witches. This one model is in danger of dying, so the squad will retreat away before the squad will actually die. Or not die, lose any models. Over here, we do have the Havoc setting up, we do have the Sorcerer here going for the decap, we have some Heretics going for the requisition point, we have the double Sentinels now coming in here. We have Bug somewhere. I'm gonna assume it might be something to do with this? No. Not sure what this bug is. Didn't notice the debuff on the CSM since they retreated away. Aguxyz are set up in order to try and protect this generator farm. Tech's actually opted to put his generator farm over here rather than over here. Not fully sure why he decided to do that. Maybe he wanted to control the left side a bit more than the right hand side, and felt like he would be able to protect the generator farm if it was there. So we'll see. Heretics trying to come in for a bit of a flank or a bit of a scout. We'll get a model picked away from them by one of these Sentinels. Havocs are staying at mid. There's the Heretics supporting them. We can see them actually stealth there, ready for an ambush. Sentinel might get baited. Havocs are not at the correct angle. And the Sentinel is just slightly outside that arc. So Havocs are going to reposition up race further back. Don't think Tex was very happy about the Havocs not being in the correct position to fire at that Sentinel. Double Guardsmen coming in here to interrupt these Heretics which are worshipping. There's some Doombolts coming down, but the terrain, which is slightly raised, kind of makes Doombolts fall a bit short, or maybe Tex was anticipating that Atlas was going to walk further forward. So in terms of teching up, Atlas is on 100 power, so we are slightly behind in the tech race. Tex has already started to tech up and is a third of the way there. These double CSM are currently both debuffed, as you can see by the red circles underneath them. The Sentinel does need to be careful though, even while debuffed they are going to do a lot of damage. Atlas is going to lose the Sentinel. Very nice stomp. If Tex wasn't forcing melee, then maybe the Sentinel could have barely died. The Sentinel very luckily does get out there. Guardsmen are up retreating to base, so that will come in and repair the Sentinel that is down or on no health right now. Atlas saying it's over Anakin. I had the high ground, I don't know. Tex now tier 2 doesn't have the power by the looks of it to actually get anything out. We could see a fast Blood Crusher come out, or he might opt for a Dreadnought or Plague Marines or anything else in the Chaos roster. This Inquisitor is going to go down. If she had a special there, then she might have lived. The Heretics were doing a bit too much damage there on retreat. Aguxyz are now pushing forward with the Heretics onto the left hand side to get this natural or natural-ish VP. We'll probably then opt to go in for a bit of a power bash as well. Following that, we do have a third CSM squad on the way out now for Tex. Tex in the previous game going for that triple auto cannon build is going to follow up this game with a triple CSM build. We do have the Aspiring Champion on both of these squads as well, so we could see some slaughter come in about 2 minutes time. These Sentinels do need to be careful. These CSM are not debuffed like they were before. Here's one stump and here's going to be the other stump. Here come the Guardsmen to follow up on the damage and repairs as well. This one Sentinel is stuck though. Its stomp is on cooldown, so it is not going to escape. These heretics are going to slightly path block it. Ooh, it's close. It is very close. It is not close enough though. The Sentinel will go down. And with the triple aspiring champion coming in here, these CSM are going to absolutely destroy these guardsmen in melee. Look at this brawl. This one guardsman squad will go down. Looks like Atlas was trying to get enough red for a Bane Wolf. I don't know if a Bane Wolf will be able to do as well as he hopes. I mean, look at the damage already taken. It's already taken 70 damage from just pure melee damage, not power melee or anything like that, just melee. And with the Mark of Khorne coming in as well, the power melee and even the Melter Pistol on the aspiring champion here might be a bit too much. So only catches out one model there. Might die to plasma gunfire and Melter gunfire, and it does. The Bane Wolf, feel like it should go for the actual generator farm rather than this little power node off to the side. Here comes the power melee, the plasma guns, and, well, plasma pistols, and the Melter pistol as well. Look at the damage done. Some nice damage, but the Bane Wolf does slow its chemical cannon. I think that's what its weapon is called, does slow, and the still no triple Mark of Khorne, as you said yet. But we could see that come in though. Tex is a little bit poor right now in terms of coin. There is the second Mark of Khorne upgrade. Here is the third Mark of Khorne upgrade. So there is your triple Mark of Khorne. Here comes the Inquisitor to try and pick up a model. I don't know if she'll be able to get one. There goes one. Might be able to use Hand of Witch to get another, but I don't think she has enough energy for it. Here comes a Mark of Zinc, or a Shrine of Zinc. Gonna go down here for the flying doom bolts that come out of it with the flame damage, I believe it does. But these triple Mark of Khorne CSM though. This heretic squad will take a lot of damage, but it looks like it won't go down. Bane Wolf is having to drive around some terrain. Looks like these heretics might actually bait the Bane Wolf into coming a bit closer. These Atlas cannot see this stealthed up triple. We will see the shrine. This is the prime opportunity to just go in now. Looks like Tex is still undecided on whether or not to go in there. Come on, it's got to go in now there. Yeah, look at this. And it's going to die now. The rear armor hits with the Melter pistol is going to be too much. Does actually go down to plasma pistol fire though. These guardsmen are also struggling as well. Chimera is going to be the next target now. Might even chase all the way into base. The Chimera is actually stopped for some reason. Tex is just going to carry on chasing, but as soon as he gets near to the base he decides to back out. He decides to let the other two squads lead in first instead. There is a lot of suppression from these dual tarantula turrets though. And Tex is retreating away before he loses any models onto this Mark of Khorne squad. We have a special go down there. The squad actually does level up from killing a single guardsman. They will leave that fight. Inquisitor's still going around being very annoying. We have a second Chimera now coming out for Atlas. I don't know if that's an Overwatch mistake or if he actually wants the double Chimeras to try and counter the triple Mark of Khorne CSM out on the field. Second Chimera out. We do have a Guardsman squad coming out. We do have a rear armor hit onto the Chimera from the Chaos Shrine of Zinc, doing 5 damage per Doombolt. It will be enough to persuade the Chimera to leave by the looks of it, but there's also the Mark of Khorne CSM squad here. That squad is quite low. We'll need to probably go back to base before it loses too much health. It's going to go in for the other Chimera, but we'll retreat there. We do have an autocannon coming in here. We do have 1 model loss, 2 model loss actually. We do have the demon armor coming in here to protect the autocannon from some range fire. This one Chimera is low, but it looks like it will be okay. It does get out of the range of the autocannon havoc. These guardsmen are in a bit of trouble against the Sorcerer. The also can have its what is going to reset up. It's taking a lot of damage, even with the demon armor reduction. Oh, here come the lads. And that is a very dead Chimera. And that is a dead guardsman squad from the inside as well. That just got absolutely brutalized.
Failed our mission.
Atlas with only 6 VPs does give in and surrender. Calls the GG. Said that he needed more Chimeras, but the damage that these triple Mark of Corn CSM was a bit much there. And Tex is the winner. 2-0 will be proceeding to the next round as well. So, who is Tex going to be up against in the next round? Let me have a look at the bracket and see. So Tex will be up against Aguxyz. Aguxyz did go 2-0 against Asmodeus. If I even pronounce that name correctly, I don't even know. So we'll see. We have some other games going on, but none of these games I'm interested in because I'm interested in Tex versus Aguxyz. So the map's going to be Silver Frontier. So quarterfinals as well, which means I should probably change that in Twitch. While Aguxyz is here, Tex is probably going to be jumping in a second, but while like 1 minute just to quickly change. So what are we on now? We're in the round of 8. Oops. Let's see. If I didn't hold down shift. There we go. Let me jump back in here. Tex might be taking like a 2 to 5 minute break. Aguxyz is going to take a quick break here as well. So Tex is jumping in now. So Tex is top of the bracket. What is Aguxyz playing? Is he doing random? If it's random, okay. So, wait for Aguxyz to jump back in. Doesn't really matter what Tex picks because Aguxyz is always going to be random anyway, so we'll see what random decides to bestow upon Aguxyz if we end up with some unwanted mirror matches or anything along the lines of that. So, in the meantime, we just chill. Silver Frontier is quite a big map as well. Quite a annoying map for some players just because you've only got like a natural power and a natural requisition point. And then like in the center is like pretty much every other point, like all the VPs, multiple requisition points, multiple power points as well. So it can be one of those maps where you can, it's very difficult to sometimes come out of your base, or you can give your opponent quite a large advantage if you aren't able to set yourself up in the center there. So let's have a look at the rest of the brackets while waiting. We got Noisy versus the winner of Redbeard and Zvargl. Got Toilailee versus Ye right now. Got Tex versus Aguxyz. We have Dark Riku, who is currently 1-0 against Adilla. Quite a large tournament today. So it looks like Tex is going to go for the Lord Commissar, and Aguxyz is going to stick with that random. Doesn't really have much of a choice. And once Aguxyz gets back and he's ready to go, then I'll be able to start the game and get casting. So I'm going to start the game then, since both players are currently ready. Tex playing as Lord Commissar, Aguxyz playing as random. The map is going to be Silver Frontier. This is a fixed first map for the round of 8. So let's see. Right, starting off.
I trained for this day.
Starting off, we do have Tex playing as the Lord Commissar on the left hand side, and on the right hand side we do have Aguxyz playing, or again given random, as the Lictor Alpha. Look at this. This annoying champion with his face that looks like he's kind of eating a bowl of noodles. So let's see what Lictor Alpha is going to do against Lord Commissar in the very first engagement. Lictor Alpha is just going to pull him in before that refractor shield gets turned on. Don't think Tex is very happy about playing against Lictor Alpha. A lot of people are not very happy about playing against the Lictor Alpha. That refractor field is going to get turned off to conserve some energy. These terminals aren't doing too much damage. Do get quite a big damage boost once you get the Toxin Sack upgrade onto the Termagants, where you see double Termagants getting built, followed up by a Spore Mine squad. Lord Commissar is just going to go in here. Does need to be careful. Homagants are in the bottom as well, capping the requisition point, and then going to follow up by capping the VP, or they might come in for a flank straight after. Lictor Alpha is forced away. Lord Commissar is going to chase down. The Spore Mine is going to stun or suppress the Lord Commissar. Spore Mine is going to try and kill him in retreat even. One more Spore Mine explosion would be enough. Spore Mines are going to try and follow this Guardsman squad. Sentinel is going to back it up. Spore Mine is going to go after that Sentinel, going to scare him. Instead they're actually going to try and flank these Guardsmen. Second Sentinel coming out now, which is quite a nice choice I think against the Lictor Alpha. Spore Mine on retreat, doing some decent damage there. Doesn't actually take any models, but does reduce the squad down to 1/3 of its health. So these double Homagants going to get out there. These Homagants are kicking it around. They did actually go down to the bottom and actually captured the requisition point and victory point. Meanwhile, Tex has actually gone top with the Guardsman to do a similar thing. He's gone to capture that VP and is going to go and capture this power node at this point. Lictor back in action is going to capture this requisition point, this natural requisition point. We do have a generator almost built for Aguxyz. Tex has not built such a thing yet. Do have Lord Commissar here, Just going to go for that center VP. Sentinel's going to push forward. Second Sentinel's currently at the bottom, going to around to decap the bottom VP and the bottom requisition point. This Sentinel does not have Stomp. Don't know if the other Sentinel actually has Stomp. Neither Sentinel has Stomp actually. Tex looks like he wants to save that 30 power total and 100 requisition for other things. So these Homogons are taking quite a bit of damage from these double Sentinels. Double Sentinels, it's going to be a lot of piercing damage. Very nice at picking up and bleeding models. Here comes some Raveners though. Lictor Alpha still at the top VP is actually just capping for now. Homogons are going to bleed 2 models there. These Homogons still have their Toxin Sacs upgrade, which I'm surprised about. You do have the Ravener group with their Corrosive Devourers. Or just Devourers, not Corrosive Devourers, that's the Ravener Alpha upgrade. These Sentinels do need to be careful, there's quite a lot of range damage coming out now. But these Homogons are now getting their Toxin Sacs now. They come the Catchings with their unreliable used onto the Homogons. These Raveners are getting very low, actually do bleed a model, might bleed a second model in retreat there, but looks like it just be the one model. Say the bottom half of the map's kind of going towards Tex, kind of getting a split down this center VP, although the center VP is going to go to Tex now. This one Sentinel is quite low, these Catchings are just going to chill. They don't have their Demolition Man, so no improvised explosives, I think it's called. Here comes Lictor Alpha. Lictor Alpha is detected though. I'm not sure how well it would do against Catchings. Catchings do have the power melee. A lot of power melee in fact. Along with that shotgun blast being quite strong. Raveners are burrowing onto these Catchings. There they go. And they have the Toxin Sacs as well onto the Catchings to slow them down to nothing. Homogons are going to follow this up. The Homogons are actually going to retreat out of there. These Catchings are going to bleed multiple models. They actually bleed 3 models there. They come a squad of other Catchings now. A second set of Catchings. Both these Termagant squads got their Toxin Sacs, another ult and reliable used onto the Termagants to just pick off 3 models. These Raveners are quite low. Aguxyz with his triple gens though might opt for a quicker tier 2 compared to Tex. Tex has spent quite a bit of power on tier 1 with the double Catchings. Well, no stomps in the Sentinels, so there's 30 power saved. Really wants this power bash to happen, and the entire center of the map nearly belonging to Tex. In fact, the only thing Tex is missing is this power node and this VP. Very strong performance here from Tex so far. 1 generator going down. Could see the unreliable once again getting used onto the Termagant, splits them apart from the Raveners and Homogons. Homogons are going in, but as soon as they get in, they need to actually get out. Lord Commissar does need to leave the fight as well. He is quite low, did not have any energy for the refractor shield. But the Lictor up here trying to pick off some guardsmen, kind of know how that fight's going to go, so let's focus on the fight down here. Here comes some Raveners going to go onto the Catchings, will knock them back, will come in with their Devourers, but they will now become the focus of the double Sentinels. The unreliable gets used, only catches out 2 of the Ravener models, but does do quite a bit of damage. They will get out without model loss. But this push is still able to continue. These double Sentinels are still on quite a decent amount of health, really. Warriors with the Barb Strangler now coming out. Well, they don't have the Barb Strangler yet, but they are upgrading to it. Shotgun blast onto the Warriors before the Catchings actually end up leaving the fight. One Guardsman squad did take quite a few model losses by the looks of it, but does get out of there just fine. Homogons also went down up here as well. And that is a squad loss for Aguxyz. Tex is going to tier 2. Aguxyz is currently on 90 power, so he is not going to go tier 2 yet. That one Sentinel, both Sentinels in fact actually quite low, but could go down to a burst from these Raveners. It's very close. These Raveners kind of very fine. In fact, the Raveners lose 2 models, and the Sentinel will live. Barb Strangle on the Warriors is not going to be able to hit the Lord Commissar while he is charging in. He is a bit too fast for them to actually hit. Lord Commissar is going to go in now once again. These Warriors do need to leave before they bleed any models. Catchins with the unreliable once again on retreat, but it does look like it missed on these termagants. It was a bit of an awkward spot to actually land. This one generator is getting picked down by the Lord Commissar. The Lord Commissar isn't going to do too much against a generator himself, so he does need to leave that fight. There is a bit too much range fire coming in here. We do have some catchins off to the side trying to kill that Lictor Alpha, but looks like he'll get away. These catchins do need to be careful. The unreliable actually does miss. It lands slightly too short. We'll try and get melee down, or not melee down, but not sure. Looked like he was trying to melee down, but missed.
Won't be long, sir.
Do have some more catchins down boss, and this Lictor Alpha is not going to able to really stealth anywhere with these double catchins. These double detectors are such a pain to deal with. Here come the double missile launchers now to the Sentinel. It's actually called missile launcher as well. Doing very nice AoE damage with these frag. Third Sentinel. Tex is loving his triples today. We've seen the triple auto cannon heavy weapons scene. We've seen the triple CSM cornerings, and now we're seeing the triple Sentinel. And look at the damage done with just 2 missile barrages onto a termagant squad. Once this third Sentinel gets that missile launch, we can see a termagant squad get wiped from full health. So let's see what these three can do. It looks like they're just gonna go to the base, really. And why not? There isn't any kind of hard AV. But a lot of the missiles are actually hitting terrain, so they need to reposition themselves a bit. Aguxyz is going to call GG here by the looks of it. DPs are also not in his favour. 497 to 145. So, Tex is going to take game 1 against Aguxyz. So let me get a game 2 hosted. Let's move down. Here comes Tex. We're waiting on Aguxyz now. So Aguxyz is going to be random, so it doesn't really matter who picks first out of Tex and Aguxyz, since Aguxyz is just going to be random. As for you, Atlas, Tex did win with the triple Sentinel missile launcher build. So let's find out the map that Aguxyz wants, and it's Greentooth Gorge once again. And takes what champion or commander. Keep saying champion. Keep like thinking of other games. Let's find out what Tex will decide to play. His choices are the Lord Commissar, the Chaos Sorcerer, and the War Boss, I believe. I'd like to see some War Boss actually. Orcs is always fun to watch. So Tex has asked for a second, so maybe gain a drink or just dancing or something. I don't know what he's up to. So, in the meantime, oh wait, both players are ready. Time to start. Didn't even Wasn't paying attention, just busy in the Steam browser. So Tech's going to be playing Chaos Sorcerer. Aguxyz is random once again. Let's see what random is going to bestow upon him. Is he going to get another Lictor Alpha, or is he going to get like a brother captain, or the crew just said wait to start and I did not see that message. Sorry. Oh wow, I actually got a brother captain. Look at this guy. That's just asked about co-casting. I've just started the game. So Sorcerer versus the brother captain. Can't believe Aguxyz actually got Lictor Alpha and brother captain. That's probably quite an annoying two heroes to actually random in a series.
We've captured the location. Stormtroopers reporting ready. Enemy unit
So
spotted.
Aguxyz doesn't look like he's going to go for the double IST build or triple IST build. Looks like he might go for a double strike squad build. Look at the damage these ISTs laying out onto just heretics. Their burst damage brings them down to nearly half health, and does actually take down a single model. These IST could probably just go into a building, maybe. So we'll see. Just have some kiting action going down here from Aguxyz. We'll go into this building here though. Brother captain is going to stop capping this requisition point in favour of this requisition point. So Aguxyz is actually going for a power farm with 2 generators rather than going for another unit, and actually getting out some operatives now. Now I'm going to guess that it's going to be double operatives rather than just a single operative squad. The strike squad is going to force melee onto the CSM squad. The strike squad should win, especially if it gets a special. These ISTs are going to have to just back out there. Look at the damage they've taken. That special from the strike squad may have just barely saved them as well. Without that special, the CSM would have been able to force melee onto that IST squad, and that IST squad would be dead, but the strike squad special coming in here for the save. Here come some operatives. Now these operatives are just going to go straight into the action. Might even be able to pick up a CSM model here. Look at the burst damage that they're laying out. CSM are having to retreat. No model was taken from them though, but a lot of damage was dealt. There goes a heretic model. These heretic with the aspiring champion are going to have to leave the area now.
Understood.
Even with detection, it's not going to do too much against the operatives without any support. I mean, the Sorcerer's here, but that's not really enough support. Especially when the Sorcerer doesn't have any upgrades to close the gap.
You have something more important?
I feel like Aguxyz should have just capped that rather than not capping that. The strike squad needs to leave now before any model losses occur. There goes one. This heretic squad will be able to get away. I would have thought. Sorcerer going to be the next target now. The noise cannot defeat the brother captain apparently, but he has taken a fair whack of damage though from it. There is the We Are the Hammer to increase the movement speed of the brother captain, and also grant him some other stuff like damage reduction, I believe. Also interesting, he gained the sergeant on the stormtroopers as well, instead of the warrior acolyte. You usually see the warrior acolyte before the sergeant. Well, I think you do anyway. As to Zvargl, to answer your question, this is game 2. Tex won the first game, and this is now the second game. This one heretic squad needs to be careful. They are by themselves, and these double operatives will finish them off. Even the operatives forcing melee, I don't think they do as much melee as they do range.
Chaos
You
target
can even have a
destroyed.
grenade, they really were gonna die no matter what. There was just too much stuff in the retreat path for them to actually dodge. Oh, you can actually dodge in retreat, but
You have something more.
We are losing a requisition
Brother
point to
Cats
the
just
enemy.
seems to be going around just capping absolutely everything. I mean, we've seen him up top capping and decapping requisition points. It's now decapping natural BP for techs, or you can consider that a natural BP. Now going to go for another requisition point, and thank you Adeptus for hosting my channel.
Adding support structure.
Adeptus is going to be joining me after this match. I started it like just before he messaged me, unfortunately. Otherwise he'd be here now casting. Ooh. Very cheeky from these double operatives. Look at the damage though. The CSM are gone from full health down to 2/3 health, or closer to half health even, with a single burst or barrage. Strike Sword does need to be careful though, because he's aspiring champion Heretic Squad coming in. Aguxyz is the first one to tier 2. Or the first one to start attacking up rather. Do you have techs going for double havocs? This is very heavy tier 1 build. You know, a lot of power gets spent. 25 from the aspiring champion on the Heretic Squad, 60 from these double havocs, another 30 from these noise rings for a total of 115 if I'm correct.
One of our generators is under attack.
Here comes the purple just flying out. These noise marines gonna burn down a generator, gonna take down a second one if these operatives don't get here in time. Look at the damage. One model goes down and they're below half health as well now. These noise marines really do need to leave the fight. They're very low. We do have a grenade in retreat as well here from the sergeant. Ooh, 17 health. They should go down. And they do go down. They did take down 2 generators with them though. But is that worth it though? Especially when Aguxyz is the first one to tier 2 as well. These double operatives doing a lot of work.
Additional units have become available, Commander.
And did see the second Havoc squad actually got cancelled in favour of a quicker tier 2. So
We've captured the location.
Tex has currently lost a Noise Marine squad and a Heretic squad. Meanwhile, Aguxyz has lost no squads and did go for a lighter tier 1 as well. Here come the aspiring champion Heretics from behind.
Generator destroyed.
The Strike Squad isn't really high enough health to actually hold off these Heretics, so it does need to be a bit careful. Do have some Havocs kind of stealthed here, gonna set up, trying to bait. There is detection though from the Warrior Acolyte and the IST Sergeant though. Brother Captain comes in though, he does not care about Heretics, he does not care about suppression, although he is taking a lot of damage. Aguxyz does need to come in here I think and support a Hellfury Striker, some good support though, but the Brother Captain will get away with 100 HP though.
Space Marines.
Chaos Marines are
They can double operatives, neither squad with enough energy to actually stealth, but they don't need to stealth because they're dealing a lot of damage.
ready here.
Hopefully it isn't lagging to anyone.
Spotters reporting power node inside.
According to OBS it should be okay.
Sir, it's chaos. In force.
But here
right
comes a Blood Crusher, another Blood Crusher coming out for Tex as well.
Halt. We're
Also
quitting
known
this
as
task.
a Doggy by Aguxyz here. It does charge in, does miss the charge.
Reporting
Blood
enemy
Crusher is
contact.
going to get in the face of these operatives. These operatives do need to get away before they lose any models. The Grey Knight Dreadnought though is on its way out. Sorcerer is here.
Generator.
Maybe he's going to warp in the second Blood Crusher on top of him. He does have enough red to do so. Or I believe he does. Yep.
Adding power generator. The enemy is
So these operatives up at the top will need to be careful.
Stormtroopers reporting
Or
ready.
operatives. These operatives. We could see a Blood Crusher on retreat.
operational.
We do. Or is that his charge? I don't know if that was a charge or not actually. It looked like a charge, but Here comes the IST and the Strike Squad and the Brother Captain. The Sorcerer will get forced off. Let's have a look and see what this Grey Knight Dreadnought's going to decide to purchase. I'd imagine going to get the Melee Claw. Okay, these two squads do need to be careful now.
Rearming.
Yep, here comes the Dreadnought Claw now coming out to replace the Assault Cannons. I think it's the Assault Cannon. No, not the Assault Cannon, the Storm Bolters? No, not Storm Bolters. I don't know what that weapon was called, I'm just getting myself confused here. These double operatives are going to lose 2 models though in retreat to these double blood crushers. Do have the IST grenade, ooh, that one operative squad, ooh, 12 HP, 1 hit away from dying. This Dreadnought is going to fire a grenade at these blood crushers, but the little grenades aren't going to do too much. And we also have Havocs as well with the Mark of Zinc, so they do have a last cannon as well. So this Grey Knight Dreadnought does need to be careful. There's a lot of heavy melee with these double blood crushers as well at the same time. We have the Vindicator Assassin coming out, which will be some very nice AV, and we'll even be able to take down the Havocs with a single shot as well. If you can't remember what the ability's called, but it's the one where you do double damage per shot at the cost of double reload speed or something like that. Is a very annoying thing to deal with. Maybe not so much as the Sorcerer, because if you can go, he's got the vestments of warp. Here comes the Slaughter though. Two models go down just kind of quick there. Here comes a demonic summoning as well, so DCSM are actually able to reinforce on top of it, but they are down to 1 model. They will barely get another model. The Aspiring Champion could go down. Looks like the Aspiring Champion will be the one who lives. Now the Aspiring Champion has gone down. That was quite expensive to lose like 4 CSM models there, so that probably cost Tex quite a bit of requisition. But I did try and help him win the fight there. Dreadnought with its melee claw should be okay against these double blood crushers because there's no heretics for worship support as well. But there is this Icon of Zinc Havoc squad though, so this Dreadnought is in trouble. Vindicator Assassin with its turbo penetrator rounds onto the blood crusher. Dreadnought is going to turn around. Does not get the blood crusher. Will this blood crusher actually get out? It will get out. The Vindicator Assassin is not able to get another shot onto this blood crusher. Very unfortunate there for Aguxyz. ISTs are bleeding a couple of models. The blood crusher runs over the corpse of that Dreadnought.
I can withstand this.
Here come the heretics, and we do see the Aspiring Champion is repurchased onto this CSM squad. Vindicator Assassin is going to try and fight this last cannon Havoc squad. It's actually taking a lot of damage from just the bolters. Nearly goes down to just these 2 guys protecting him. There goes the grenade from the ISTs. It's going to knock down the Aspiring Champion. Will force the CSM squad to leave. This Power Bash is going to... I thought they were aiming at the generator, but apparently not, or they just missed. Strike Squad will force them off. They will not lose any models though. We do see a Chaos Dreadnought coming out now. At the same time, a Rhino is coming out though. And I'd imagine that this Rhino is going to get the last cannon as well on it, so it should be able to kite these blood crushers, but it might struggle against the Dreadnought, especially if the Dreadnought goes for a Mark of Zinc upgrade. And actually cancels the Rhino in favor of a Purgation squad as well.
Stormtroopers reporting ready.
These operatives are found out though by these double blood crushers. Will lose a model in retreat, possibly a second one. Note just that one. That one blood crusher does need to get repaired up though. There's 1 shot away from this Vindicator Assassin being able to kill him.
The enemy is capturing one of our strategic points.
Here comes the Dreadnought. It is upgraded with the Mark of Corn. Very difficult to deal with without any kind of snare. And here is the Blood Rage. A lot of damage is getting dealt to it, but I feel like it's going to do a lot more. One model does go down there. These Purgation squads coming out now do not have their side cannons. Here are their side cannons though. The Brother Captain will die, I would imagine. Yeah, he just plummets. Sorcerer could also go down as well, but the Dreadnought does need to go down. Is it going to get walked out though by Tex? And it is at the last possible second. How annoying is that? So we'll see. These CSMs are now upgraded with their Mark of Khorne, power melee, plasma pistols, and even a mounted pistol is very effective against the heavy infantry that Grey Knights does have. A second Dreadnought for Tex. Tex is just going for a like heavy tier 2 just to end this game. So talking about VPs 110 for Aguxyz, 412 for Tex, so Tex is in a very comfortable position here. And is in control of the game. Even these double operatives are struggling against these Mark of Khorne CSM. Mark of Khorne CSM do get a health regen bonus while in combat. And I'm pretty sure that includes when taking damage or when dealing damage. So we do see these operatives just running all the way back to base because there's not much else that they can actually do right now. So we'll see this Dreadnought, or this one Dreadnought in base is getting repaired up by some heretics, but it's going to be out of commission for a little while. We do have a second Mark of Khorne Dreadnought coming in here. This Blood Crusher, we need to be careful. There's not enough in red to actually warp it out. We'll get sniped by that Vindicator Assassin, but here comes the second one to knock back the rest of the units. We'll see some models lost here. We do see a Purgation model going down. Vindicator Assassin is the next target. Some operatives could go down. In fact, the squad could die if it's not careful. So these Chaos Space Marines are going to back out there. The generators are going to be under a little bit of threat. Well, this one generator is low. Does look like he wants it, or he's going to go for that Vindicator Assassin instead. Look at this line that you could just charge through right now. Vindicator Assassin will take him out though. So we do have the double Dreadnought still. The other Dreadnought has not shown its face yet. It is making its way down mid though, but the VPs are ticking down very quickly now. Vindicator Assassin does go down, still a 2-0 cap, and that will be game. Tex will go into the round of 4 or the semi-finals against, I'm not sure who. I think it's Riku. What was that? No. Is it against Riku? I think it was. Or he's got another game and then he's up against Riku. So we'll see, but Tex is 2-0 and will advance. So I'm not sure if I think Adeptus is casting on another game now. So I think yay for Elite Mod also getting hosted as well. So Adeptus isn't going to jump into the next game because, well, he's casting game 3 between Yay and Toilailee. So let's have a look at the brackets quickly and refresh them. Also, hello Ben. So yeah, Tex versus Dark Riku. I'll get that hosted. Oops. MRT. Let's open this slot for me. And so got a game up as well. Don't know if well, Adeptus is busy casting the other game, so maybe he'll join me for game 2 between Dark Riku and Tex. Also, gonna just be right back for like 5 minutes myself. Gonna mute my mic and then I'll be back. Back. So they're going to take a short break. So let's have a look at the brackets actually. So Tex and Riku are quite far ahead. Or not that far ahead, but they're about a game ahead. Toilailee versus Ye is currently 1-1, so they're in game 3 right now, which is casted by Adeptus Nubis. And Noisy versus Redbeard. Noisy is 1 game up against Redbeard, so this could be the final game for Redbeard, or Redbeard might come back. Apparently my stream is lagging. Was the stream lagging for anyone else in the previous game? Because Survival and Adeptus were having some lag during it. Let me also change the round number as well to round of 4. So in the meantime, I might as well just host the stream then.
But also weighing in here. Shuriken with some covering fire, covering this approach. Warp Spider Does still no upgrades. Sentinel getting very low here, but still it's no problem. He has guardsman support, so they they're just obstructing each other. And here go down some repairs. If they would, yeah, repair going down. This sentinel is out of position here. Shuriken will finish it off. Nice. He sandwiched the position here, making use of the fact that he has double shuriken, and I think that is also crack shot used on them. Yeah, we see the yellow damage buff circles. So that's increased range by 7. You can see this is above normal range here. Yeah, you just see the range decrease here as the buff wore off. So crack shot increases the damage by, I think, 20% or 25%. By some reasonable amount, and increases the weapon's range by 7.
The requisition point is ours.
Guardsman squad, beautifully done. Not putting them all on one, not putting them all on one spot, rather spreading them out, making Toilailee guess which guardsman squad is going to be targeted, and not reacting quick enough, taking down one guardsman squad. So EA also not far behind in the tech race. So one sentinel down, one guardsman squad down. Toilailee is going to purchase some stormtroopers. I'm guessing they will be assault kit stormtroopers to actually combat the shurikens even more, since they can infiltrate, have a huge range, and once they get their assault kit, they get access to a grenade that they can toss. Let's see, Lord General might also purchase the sniper rifle to further increase the range. You see a creeping barrage going down here on these double shuriken. Yeah, they were not placed very well since they were bunched up quite. Oh my god, they're taking a lot of damage here on retreat. Grenades going down again. Yeah. Here we see the embolden ability being activated on the dire benches, but it's just too much damage they're taking, and they're getting out. This dire bench squad strangely split up here. Next purchase from Toilailee is Ogrins. I would have thought that a Manticore would have been ideal in this situation. I'm guessing he is afraid that the Volkswagen Exarch might just upgrade to power blades and go Manticore hunting. But since this map isn't very big, you could just park a Manticore somewhere over here or over here and just control this entire area here, denying the shuriken platforms to actually set up and be effective. So Ogrins it is. Let's see how he supports them with the Lord General. Lord General does have another retinue member. Let's see which one it is. Oh yeah, it's the Commissar, because he has the Commissar shield. And he is getting the carapace armor, which, oh no, let's see, I think should give suppression immunity, if I'm correct. Yeah, the flak jacket gives the incoming ability. So it's going to be a nice synergy here between the Ogrins and the carapace armor. Ogrins already upgraded with their Bonnet Leader, and there we see the carapace armor making them immune to suppression easily, making it easy for them to close in on these shurikens and taking out the first shuriken platform. Huge win here for Toilailee. The carapace armor immediately paying off, and yeah, it's looking better for Toilailee, to say the least. Volkswagen is going down here on retreat, big losses. Yeah, purchasing Wraith Guard now. I'm sure to put a lot of hurt on this infantry that Toilailee is running around with, but these Ogrins will close in on these Wraithguard pretty fast, and Ye has no way to control them, because now his Warp Spider is down, and the Warp Spider could have purchased the Entangling Web to actually control these Ogrins, but yeah, the Warp Spider is down, so no way to support them. There goes a grenade. There goes another grenade. Suppression going down on these Ogrins. And there we see the Carapace armor doing its thing. The charge from the Ogrins. Wow, lots of damage on these Ogrins here on the approach though. I think that Ye was ground targeting here perfectly with the Wraithguard. Their Avengers have no business entering melee combat here. Wow, these Wraithguard are doing lots and lots of damage here. Have no business actually entering melee combat with Ogrins. Ogrins, obviously a super heavy infantry unit. Many people have questioned their state of balance right now, saying that they are too expensive to reinforce and actually have no impact, but we have just seen the impact that they have. They immediately took down a shuriken platform and are making a huge difference here in engagements, because okay, this Sentinel was quite overeager here. Crackshot being activated on the or put down on the shuriken platform again. That's why the Sentinel went down so fast. And I think that was a Vox operator called down, because these... Wait, was it? Wait. Oh yeah, full retinue now for the Lord General. We see the Sergeant, which grants the medikit, and the Vox operator, who can call in reinforcements on the field. That's why the Ogrins didn't have to go back to actually reinforce to 4 models. Very lucky here for Toilailee that he didn't lose the Bonnet leader in the previous engagement, because the Bonnet leader actually does cost quite a bit to reinforce all the time if you do lose him. But if you properly support the Ogrins, Ogrins are a devastating squad to actually field. There we see the medikit being used on the Ogrins. That is why on the tentative patch notes from Kael'thas for 2.5 we do not see, if I remember correctly, changes for the Ogrins. And here comes a Manticore strike on the Shuriken platform. Dodged in time by Ye, but still the pressure is just too much. Even with these webway gates, which he should put another down here. And yeah, he should. Yeah, let's see what he can do actually to mitigate this dominance that Toilailee is having right now. He's threatening the triple cap. It is Toilailee's game to lose. He does have enough requisition to actually go tier 3, but why should he? There's no reason for him.
Has arrived to guide us to victory.
There is, on the other hand, no way for Ye to go tier 3, so
Send forth a warlock to lead our guardians.
Bunker going down. It's going to be healing Bunker, I guess. Manticore again going to deny these VP caps. It's going to be very annoying with it now.
Life being extinguished.
Artillery spotters as well. Yeah. Warp Spider did try to get the decap here, at least on this contested victory point, but at this point it's over anyway, because Ye is left with 10 victory points and the 2-0 cap, which means the third game does go to Toilailee,
Somewhere we went astray.
who does advance into the semifinals. So folks, I am going to join boss now. Let's save this replay first.
And now back to me. Yeah. Go and join Deptus. I think he'll be coming on TeamSpeak in a second as well. Wait for Toilailee and Noisy to both jump into this game.
User joined your channel.
There we go.
Hello.
Oi, mate.
Sup, bruv?
What's up, bruv? So, is it already game 2? I didn't see.
And that's game 1.
Okie dokie.
It's the... I'm not doing text versus... I think Red Rupee and Codex are doing that.
Yeah.
So I'm doing Toil versus Noisy, I think. Yeah,
Going to be awesome. Going to be awesome. Barely showing why double sentinels is just such a pain to deal with. So strong. No drop frames here. Thing working fine.
Right, so where's Noisy? Noisy's not even got his game loaded.
Oh, is he restarting his game?
I don't know.
Because he was, I think he was in game a second ago. Hype! Yes, Mr. Atlas, we are all very hyped.
Hype.
Super hype. This was one of the biggest monthly Rumble tournaments I've ever seen. Among all the ones I have seen, I have seen so far. Jesus, my voice is going.
What's the first map? Green Tooth Gorge. Oh, already on Green Tooth Gorge.
I'm very curious about Noisy, since he has been playing the Farseer quite often recently. I want to see how he does versus Toilailee's IG.
Has he actually picked the Farseer as one of his champions? Like commanders or...
Yeah, he has. He actually replaced his Chaos Sorcerer paper of the Farseer. I don't know whether he has actually picked her in this tournament already. Who actually covered their games? Oh, what? Oh.
So,
How did Atlas do?
Against... what, in the first round or the second round?
I think if I read, yeah, in the first and second round, I think you casted both of them.
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah.
So he won against Emperor of Mankind. It was somewhat one-sided.
Okay.
Atlas was kind of in control for both games, I would have said. And then in the second game against Tex, or the second round against Tex, Tex was in control over Atlas.
That was to be expected.
Yeah.
It is Texcalibur after all.
I'm surprised since Atlas didn't whip out the Brother Captain against Tex. Since according to the forum, he is the #1 Grey Knight player.
Self-appointed #1 Grey Knight player.
His rank, his #5 appointed IG as well, was not good enough against Tex's Chaos Sorcerer.
What is this? Wait, is my stream actually stuck? Which actually screwing me over here.
Noisy's on his way. I'll look and see what Toil has picked.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, can't help you out there. Like, how would you even combat double sentinels? I seriously don't know.
Lots and lots of... I don't know. The guarding weapons teams? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the build was actually okay. Not actually okay, but I think it was the right build. The problem with this map, though, is that you have this choke point right in front of your power, and if you try to push against it, you're going to have a bad time. Oh yeah, good thing you know the rules.
See what Toilailee's going to pick. Has he actually picked Inquisitor as one of his heroes, or...?
Yeah. Inquisitor, Lord General, and McBoy, if I remember correctly.
Alright, I'll just start the game then. And there's this map, isn't it? It's Greentooth Gorge.
Nice. So... stuck here with the Steam overlay again.
This is going to be a good series. Hopefully.
It is indeed, yeah. I think it will be, yeah. Who do you think is favored here?
I don't know. Toilailee did practice that IAG in those 3v3s recently.
Ready to serve.
So,
So if Noisy has been watching, he should know that Mass Devastators are actually quite potent.
all the vengeance rounds and just watch as a Beowulf drop just gets absolutely slaughtered by all these Devastators.
True. So very standard capping orders here, as expected. Noisy always going for the very early VP pressure here, trying to control the center of this map.
I'd imagine that we'll see some drop pods get used by Noisy throughout the series as well.
Go ahead.
Does love the Steel Rain tactic as well.
True. I'm
Well, I can't-
very curious. I'm sorry?
Sorry, what were you saying?
I'm very curious to see how Noisy is going to combat this. Because, yeah, you see Toilailee is going for triple guardsman, a sentinel. We might also see some
Adding support structure.
either, what are they called, artillery spotters or catagens. It's going to be a very, very rough opening here.
Some scouts not able to get inside the building, some guardsmen actually beat them to it on the right hand side. Now the Inquisitor is just going to try and chase them down now. Hammer of the Witches does go down onto one model. Model will go down.
Yeah, that's 37 requisitions, so good job here for Toilailee.
Scouts will be able to get out there with 2 models though. Sentinel now with Stomp but actually misses the Stomp.
Yeah.
Tried to move back and Stomp at the same time but didn't work out. But Force Command retreats away anyway. So that's all good. Don't get to see any more of these double Sentinel builds from Toil coming out though with these triple guardsmen out on the field.
I think he's adapting to Noisy's playstyle because he knows he's very good with map control. That's why he's going for this third guardsman squad. Try to keep up with this double scout squad, double scout build.
Yep. They have a turret go down onto the generator farm though for Noisy for a lot of pressure now. And so some scouts meleeing some guardsmen over to the left hand side. But it looks like the scouts are winning the melee fight. The IG Sergeant isn't doing too much with his chainsword.
Yeah. These are some black belt scouts here.
You can always get the shotguns for the improved melee skill as well for some special attacks. I don't even know what the special attack on the scouts looks like, but I imagine it looks pretty bizarre.
I've never seen them special anything. Do they actually have a special attack?
I don't know. They might do. So do you need like a special attack as well as higher melee skill in order to actually special someone?
Yup, I think so.
I'll be disappointed if scouts don't have it. We have one Devastator squad anyway out from Noise. We can see a second, a third and a fourth one come out as well. Just to follow up on the Vengeance round build.
Very dangerous. Very nice here. This turret is giving Toilailee a lot of staying power here. And he could just, I think he could even go and decap, Cap this power now.
This turret will need to get salvaged though, and he will need to leave after this.
Yeah. But I think he's getting the job done here. Okay, these guardsmen need to retreat after the stomp. Because they will go down and retreat. Okay, they will not go down. Yeah, very good beginning here for Toilailee. Put a lot of pressure on Noisy's economy right now. We're sitting on no income whatsoever right now. A power income, that is.
But while this was going on, Noisy has actually given himself a 100 GP lead over Toilailee. So both players are trading economy for VPs.
Yeah, I think it's a philosophy kind of thing, because Toilailee has been saying in previous tournaments that he actually does not care about VPs at all, or not at all, but like not much in early tier 1, since requisition is obviously favored over VPs.
Yeah.
So he will let you have that VP advantage, but he will seriously go for your economy. Force Commander might be going down here on retreat.
It's getting out there.
Yeah,
Inquisitor
this
isn't in
is
range.
noisy. He has got these timings down to the second.
This Devastator squad could go down though. And might go down in fact.
Yeah, Hammer of the Witches maybe. No Holy Brazier. No.
No Hammer of the
Doesn't even
Witches.
try. Might be on cooldown. And there we see these Tactical Marines, the drop pod here. Bottom VP.
Noisy really wants to deny this VP away from Toilailee. There's been guardsmen making multiple attempts to go there, but there's always been scouts there. Now that the scouts are left, a drop pod comes in to secure it. And do see the flame actually getting purchased onto these Tactical Marines as well.
Yeah, he needs to go for a power bash. Because Toilailee is already going in tier 2, while Noisy is still in tier 1 on 87, 88 power right now. So he... Oh yeah, he put down a second gen farm, I didn't even notice.
The rate that Toilailee is picking up red, we can even see a Bane drop come in.
Which would be really, really devastating. It would force Noisy to actually get a last cannon on his Devastators, meaning that he'll have no more suppression for these guardsmen. Could be a good move. Need a few more dead guardsmen.
There's quite a few dead guardsmen, or some dead generators from these flame attacks.
Here comes the Inquisitor though. Never mind, 2 generators going down. Yeah, no way. I don't know how Noisy always does this. Like, it looks like he's on the back foot, but then bam, he comes back, wipes your power.
Here comes the Bane Wolf though. Enough generators and guardsmen will finally kill in order to actually get this Bane Wolf. They're just going to get meleeed down by attacks, apparently.
They do get the nice damage resistance from meleeing it. They 40% damage resistance. And they're doing quite the number on this Bane Wolf, if you noticed.
They're already 200 HP being taken away from it. These rear armor hits with the Force Commander bring it down even further.
So this Bane Wolf now needs to find the secondary power farm for Noisy, take it down, and be useful.
Enemy is claiming a victory point.
Looks like it's on its way, but I don't know if Toilailee knows about this other generator farm. He might go to the original one instead.
Yeah. Once he sees there's nothing there, let's see. Less cannons still not on the way. Are there missile launchers queued up? Nope. So he now knows there are no generators. Oh, he is dangerously low on VPs.
Yeah, I think he needs to care more about his VPs earlier.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good difficult one to come back
Secondary
from.
farm. Last cannon being upgraded right now. It's going to be quite a surprise.
Rear armor as well.
Yup. Maybe some for the Emperor, yep.
But they Bane managed to get out just in time. Hopefully he can force off this last cannon squad with the mounted guardsmen he's got hit, but they don't seem to be taking too much damage. In fact, using the guardsmen to actually melee their Devastator squad down, but
Thunderhammer here for the Force Commander doing its thing. Obliterating guardsmen left and right with each swing. It's just painful to imagine. The Thunderhammer used to do splash damage before it got fixed. This is a dead Sentinel here. Last cannon taking down the Sentinel as well.
yeah. Drop pod on left, finally getting destroyed by the Bane Wolf now.
Flame attacks here, looking for an opportunity to go in for another power bash, but there's nothing to be bashed over here.
We have some stormtroopers coming out as well now for Toilailee.
We shall make it so.
As Bane Wolf finally getting repaired up, we do have the Inquisitorial Mandate as well. Coming in here for the Inquisitor. Give her that invulnerability and speed boost for 7 seconds. Force Commander has just got his teleporter pack and is now fully upgraded, also has the Asphyx's armor as well.
I think this might be it though.
That's
They
just
2-1
yeah.
cap. Infiltrated scouts going for Toilailee's natural victory point. At this point he just needs to keep up VP pressure. Like he doesn't even need to care about the map.
Bane Wolf has to go down.
One of our initiates has fallen.
Yeah, that's GG. Turned around very, very fast.
The crusade.
There's the concede.
Yep.
Interesting. So what went wrong there? I think he didn't care for the, as you said, he didn't care for the MVPs soon enough, and then he couldn't prevent the counter bash from Noisy as well. So
Yeah, the drop pod was a bit much for Toilailee to handle. There's just too many units there, really. Next game's up.
okay. Sugary beverage. Going on in le chat.
So Toilailee gets to pick his hero first and his map choice as well.
Depending on the brackets, yeah. So it's Toilailee is at the bottom of the bracket. That means, yeah, he's picking his hero now, yeah. You, my dear sir, are very well prepared.
So same matchup again. Both players are ready, so I'm just going to start the game.
Ready as well.
So game 2.
Where's
Noisy off to a strong start.
Yeah.
But people say that this is an IG favoured map, especially with Manticore being quite useful with some of the choke points on the map and the IG turrets as well. Can be quite annoying in tier 1.
Yeah, it's because if you look at the power farms, I think I mentioned it earlier when I was talking about EA's game, is you have these choke points right in front of your power farm.
Yep.
And if you got locked down over there, you have to go for hard flanks. And if you're aware to them, these flanking maneuvers, you can really shut down your enemy and lock them at their power farm, which they will have to continuously defend or be bashed.
Yep.
I'm guessing we're gonna see double sentinel build here. Oh no. Triple guardsman again.
Space Marines are on the
Seriously. Double sentinel has worked so well for him.
Reporting enemy contact.
Maybe he saves that for even larger maps like Ashes of Typhon.
No, against EA, he went double sentinel here. That's why I'm wondering.
Preparing Walker upgrade.
Don't know, maybe because of a different matchup he decided to go for the triple guardsman instead.
Sentinel reporting up. Sir, we're losing a victory point out there.
Sentinel now is still going to come in, just disrupt these tactical marines. Force commander in the back line, going to force off some guardsmen, force them to retreat away. Or not retreat away, actually, they're just moving backwards.
Processing the land's request.
Boss commander being very annoying here. I think he's trying to get him low enough for a Hammer of the Witches.
People get that low though.
Yeah.
Inquisitor had a Holy Brazier, then maybe she could have attacked him twice and then hammered him, but you have to be lucky to attack him twice and retreat.
Do you see it?
Essentially the same build coming out from both players again. Do have Noisy coming out with a Devastated squad. And probably we'll see a drop pod later on as well before he takes up to tier 2. And Toilailee's probably going to get a heavy weapons of his own later on.
I agree. Really wants the decap here on this requisition point.
He also takes down the scout model as well, so probably a very good trade.
Let's see how many models went down there. 5. No. Economically, Noisy came out on top here.
But then he's not getting any requisition from that fully matured point.
True as well.
Oops.
Let's see, no advanced targeting here on these Devastators. Boss commander stunned, Sentinel's going down.
Yep, Sentinel does get out just in time. Some guardsmen are getting quite low though. These hacks are very broad to be here with less than 100 health per model.
Yeah.
Like the Inquisitor could have maybe used Hammer of the Witches and one of the models instead to pick up a kill. But these spotters might pick up a model.
How is that even possible to still be on 3 models with 118 HP? That is frustrating.
Yeah.
But that is the power of Space Marines.
Definitely.
Wow. How do they do it?
It's that power armor.
Won't be long, sir. Power node is ready.
That is some sick power armor. 2 gens being dropped here by Noisy.
Still no generators for Toil.
Yeah, he went for a very heavy tier 1. So we might see him drop generators very fast now. Let's see, didn't spend so much power. 20 for the Holy Brazier. Then the ground pound is 15, so that's 35. Artillery spotters are 30 as well, if I remember correctly. Okay.
Generator coming up.
So
Here
huge
come the
amounts.
generators.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Huge amounts of VP pressure again from Noisy, as was to be expected.
Not
Scouts.
as bad as the first game though.
I have captured it as
True,
The
it's-
first game, the VP pressure was a bit much.
So the generator is online.
Yeah, it's easier here for Toilailee to actually keep up. Since Scouts, they will still have the superior mobility here compared to Guardsmen, but it's easier to just flank out and recapture these victory points
Yep.
compared to on the, what's it called, Fettered Folly.
The spotters just actually knocked themselves over.
Point in trouble.
That was curious. And he's being forced off. Let's see, Flamers might be inbound here.
Found us.
No Flamers. Not enough red here for a call-in. Tactical Marines using their Kraken rounds here to put the hurt on this heavy infantry sentinel. Which should be, yeah, he's getting repairs right now.
These tax
And
need to leave
this-
before they lose a model now. Don't
This
think they'll be
wall
as
is
A power node.
a line of sight blocker, funny enough. This little tiny wall over there.
might also be because this is on higher ground as well than what the Sentinel was.
True.
Capture the location. Sir, power node is ready.
But it's one reason I'm not going to push down mid. Could see a scout grenade go down.
Targeted.
Scout's actually trying to melee the Inquisitor.
Under attack. They have us pinned.
Oops,
Sentinel
Sentinel getting
Gorgon,
very low here. Sentinel going to go down. And bye-bye.
They'll tear us apart in melee. Upgrade order.
Unfortunate loss here.
Force March is just tearing up some guardsmen right now.
See what level is he? It's already level 2.
With the Artificer's army, he's just a bit tanky with the health regen, extra health, and even extra energy that it offers.
How much is the health regen? I think it's 2.5 HP
Yeah.
per second, yeah. And then combined with the 200 extra HP, that's quite a lot.
Pretty much a blessed Aegis. That's like
It
this.
is, indeed. Yeah, it is.
Critical spot. No.
Actually, I think the blessed Aegis actually gives 3.5 health regen per second instead of 2.5. But close enough.
I have no fear.
These tanks still just going around the map with not much health as well.
We are in melee here.
Possibly going to lose a model now.
There we see the drop pod. And tactical marines being dropped here.
The squad's gone 60 HP with 3 models. Okay, there goes one and retreat. 30 HP, 2 models. Okay,
Oh, them. No Hammer of the Witches on retreat.
he already used it, and the
Okay.
used it when they're on 400 HP and managed to. They still managed to survive that. There's the Inquisitor's plasma pistol that was actually taking down the models.
These techs are in over their heads here. Holy Pyre going down, reducing, debuffing the damage here from
There comes the Thunderhand.
Oh yeah, Thunderhammer. It's going to wipe the squad here. And kaboom!
Yep.
There we go.
The damage that was doing.
And it's tracking, let's not forget that.
Yeah,
And
there's some
noisy.
openings now.
Yeah. They're going to struggle though versus the double shotgun scouts and the Thunder Hammer Force Commander.
Only one of
These
them's
Ogrins are
got
going to
a
struggle.
shotgun.
Hmm?
Only one of the squad's got a shotgun.
Oh yeah. I didn't see that. Yeah, we see the shotgun blast. Ogren still in their charge animation. That's why the Force Commander got knocked down. Suppression here.
Some vengeance rounds would be so good right now.
And GG.
Yep.
That was a very fast semi-final.
Short and sweet.
Noisy. Again, in the finals.
How unexpected.
Indeed.
Don't know if Tex and Dark Riku have finished their series. Well, they've got a game up, so I'm just gonna quickly join it now.
Yep. Save the replay. Join you in a second. Riku, come here.
This is game
So,
2, presumably.
who did win the first match? Funny that Riku immediately assumed that Noisy won. Yeah, he pretty much had Warpath activated.
CS. So,
Paris has shown to the world that even gods can bleed. And in the words of the great Jesse Ventura, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Tex is actually picking the Sorcerer against Dark Riku's Chaos Lord. A fun mirror match indeed.
This is going to be interesting.
Just can see it now, heretics blowing up other heretics. It's gonna be a slaughter.
But the Sorcerer is going to be better versus the heretics in early engagement since he has access to the Doom Balls.
Yep.
So let's see.
Shall witness us this day.
No speed worship for the Chaos Lord. I think he's going for the requisition point here.
So who do you think is going to be favored to win? Who actually won the first game? I didn't actually ask.
I'm thinking Riku, the way Tex labeled the lobby. Riku, come here. Sounds like he wants a revenge or something.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm not sure though. I could. Let me just quickly tab out. Let's see if Crewfinity has already updated. Yeah, Tex took the first game. Okay.
Dark Riku needs a bit of a comeback here if he wants to come second in the tournament,
Yes.
as he said.
Oh, and there we go. The Zinj Worship. Nice Doom Bolts. Oh my god, 50% HP down already. Yeah, I think that's
plasma
why.
damage.
Chaos Lord, let's see, he tried to bait out here the kill the weak. Special missed also.
This Sorcerer actually got a special just as the Heretic started to come in here. Very luckily. Sorcerer does need to be careful though, there's heretics in his retreat path.
Also, is cutting it very close. Doombolt's going in beautiful, giving the heretics the edge over the other heretics.
Ooh.
They're doom blasting each other to death. This is hilarious.
The one model gets away with 14 HP. How? Okay, Chaos Lord should be able to. He missed his attack!
He's going to finish it up.
Oh wow.
Oh no!
He does?
Oh, he did kill it! He killed it! But how? What the fuck? Indeed, what the fuck? What happened there?
Must have been the Stormbolter, or maybe he just bled out.
But I think he was using Kill the Weak, and and still got the heretic. Even though he was not in a ranged fire animation or something like that, that's indeed retarded.
Or it could have been friendly fire. I don't know.
I don't know. I think you cannot be friendly fired.
I've seen Sentinels go down though to Devastators, squads, and turrets. So
yeah, that's because Devastators and turrets and last cannons, they are known to actually be able to do friendly fire, but I think simple range squads. Wow, that's unfortunate for Tex. He could have come out on top of this engagement.
I'm surprised the heretics didn't win a bit more convincingly with the help from the Sorcerer. Even with the Doom Bolts coming in here, the heretic squad that won only won by 14 HP.
True.
Those Marines though is quite a nice choice against the double CSM, being able to silence one of the squads at the very least. And even silencing two if they group up a bit too close, and the flame damage as well against heretics.
Also going to synergize very well with the Chaos Lord, since the Chaos Lord cannot be knocked back by the cacophony.
CSM model does go down here for Tex from the Chaos Lord with that power melee.
Heretics almost getting wiped here by these Aspiring Champion heretics.
Aspiring Champion will walk out there though. Those Marines going to take down this power node as well.
We see Raptors. So double CSM into Raptors. Let's see how this works out.
Going to be difficult to pull off these Raptors when Dark Riku's got double heretics, one the Aspiring Champion as well.
Exactly. So there's a lot of melee counter on the field.
If Tex can wait until these double CSM actually pick off a couple of heretic models to begin with, and then fight, perhaps, in a better position.
Dual cap for Riku so far.
Yep.
Still no power node repurchased for Tex, and 2 generators here for Riku. Who are now getting tickled, but here comes the Chaos Lord.
These Raptors are struggling.
Yeah,
Get the Sorcerer coming in to help out though. Will actually help them win that fight. Raptors are going to jump away now, go for a retreat.
Yeah, they were very low on health and losing models at this point in the game where Texas right now very low on power income is unfavorable. Curse getting flames on the Sorcerer himself, doing lots of, not lots, but some damage over time to these Noise Marines, who will now just go back and check out that power node again.
Yep.
Finding no generators again.
And there's also some heretics versus heretics as well. Although Tex has got the Aspiring Champion on his own Heretics as well, so he's going to be able to continue his Power Bash until the Chaos Lord actually comes over and burns him down with a Combi Flamer.
Tex cleverly put up a generator just before the node went down to actually secure some power income.
Your units fulfill your command.
Raptors, okay, and now starting to cap. So far, so good. I'd say Riku has a small advantage here.
Level CSM model going down to the Chaos Lord. Chaos Lord's still level 1 though, while the Sorcerer is level 2.
Curious that he went for the Combi Flamer. I mean, there is only one Heretic squad out there for Tex, so
Is slipping away.
Still
don't
quite
see
nice
any
for
reason.
picking off and bleeding models, I suppose.
true. But I think I'd much rather go for the Iron Halo or something. Like make him more tanky versus the double CSM.
Yeah.
Trying to stay in these engagements longer, be more disruptive and stuff.
I suppose because there's also buildings towards the centre of the map. Maybe he wants a Combi Flamer to stop Tex from actually being able to use it with double CSM.
Your units fulfill your command.
So Riku already going into tier 2 here. Leaving Tex quite far behind in the tech race.
Yep. And Tex only having 2 generators compared to 3, and his generators were a lot later compared to Riku's.
Yeah.
Riku will use a generator though.
I think, yeah. Not such a big thing. Yeah, here is the Blood Crusher already queued up for Riku, which is really going to hurt Tex, because even if he goes tier 2 now, it's still gonna be quite some time, unless he gets the Aspiring Champion on his Raptors. Heretics might be going down. They will definitely go down to auto pistols of all things. Nope, 10 HP.
These heretics are just going to be left. Like Tex could have just killed these heretics and his powers getting bashed, but
Yeah, the Raptors though. And chop. There you go down. So now he should be spotting the nice and kill there. Spotting the Blood Crusher.
Your forces obey you.
I think his quickest source of AV would be to get the Aspiring Champion.
go on the Raptors.
I'm not sure. Yeah. I think that's... They have... the Aspiring Champion does heavy melee damage. I'm not sure
It
though.
does.
I don't think it would be a very effective source of AV.
I think that there's always the chance that the Aspiring Champion could get focused down first by the Blood Crusher and then that's 25 power down the drain.
Yeah, exactly.
Fight harder.
So either Havocs or Plague Marines it is. Havocs obviously being the better choice, since that upfront damage is so much higher than Plague Marines.
Yep. Wonder if the Blood Crusher will go straight in the base, or okay, it's just going to go Bash Power instead, which is a safer choice.
Yeah. And here comes Riku to bash this power again. There's nothing that Tex can do about it right now. So let's see, Bloodletters as well, preempting the Havoc's purchase. Means Havocs are also already taken out of the picture unless we see some what are these ropes called? Ropes of Torment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, together, the Blood Crusher and the Blood Layers works really well just because they're both demonic, so the Heretic Worship is very nice together with those two.
Let's see. I'm thinking Plague Marines here.
Plague Marines are quite expensive in terms of requisition. He's only going to have just about enough to buy them now.
Yeah, here they come. Plague Marines. They make more sense.
All these Heretics and Blood Crusher and Retreat. Okay, I thought I'd be able to take a model there.
But I've seen a charge. It's looking grim here though, for Tex.
Chaos Lord's going to go down, I think.
Yep.
This lord who opposed us has been
Good job here.
And Blood Crusher's now coming over to sort out these Heretics to sort out the Chaos Lord. I don't know if they're gonna... Okay, Blood Crusher's gonna chill at the VP then. The Plague Marine is actually getting walked in on top of the Blood Crusher. I'm not sure about that choice. Just makes it
Flames
easy
here
for
on
Blood
retreat,
Crusher.
maybe. Oh, lucky special from Sorcerer here. The Blood Crusher should be turning around. Never mind, Sorcerer's taking down anyway.
These Blood Layers doing quite a lot of damage to these Raptors. And with the actual Blood Layers coming in, these Raptors might go down.
Yep.
I can barely live. Thanks to the cacophony knocking back the Blood Layers. The Blood Crusher might go down to melee damage from the Plague Marines, it's that low.
Nope.
Oh.
It's not going to go down. Yeah. That's cause
Barely surviving, Tex calls GG, or calls well played. Which is the same as GG.
I think it was just very unlucky in that engagement where he still lost his heretics, although they were so far away.
I don't understand how.
Yeah, me neither. They should have been safe and sound, but well, it's rally. So
Random stuff killing random units.
exactly. This also makes for a much more interesting tournament, because now we have another game before we go to the finals. Actually, I need something. Quick snack. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Just wait for the lobby to come up, and oh, it's already up. Join you in that red team. I'll be right back.
Okay. So Game 3 between Tex and Dark Riku. Tex won the first game, Dark Riku now won the second game, as we just saw. So now we're on to game 3. The winner will go on to play against Noisy in the finals. So let's see who is going to take this game. And then after the finals, maybe we'll do a free for all.
Here I am.
Hello.
In hindsight, I shouldn't have pushed for Raptors. I agree. Raptors just opened the door for a Black Blood Crusher.
Yeah. Although the Raptors and Plague Marines did do quite decent, the Blood Crusher just barely survived.
Oh, chocolate cake. So good. So Riku picks hero first,
Yeah.
then map.
No wait, doesn't Tex pick his hero first because Riku picked his hero in the previous game? Because Riku went for the Chaos Lord first and then Tex came in with a Sorcerer pick to just be really annoying.
I would have really thought that the Chaos Sorcerer was favored in this matchup, because come tier 2 he has all these control abilities with the chains and stuff like that to really lock the hero slot down.
Yeah. So I wonder what champ or what commanders they're both going to go for this time. I reckon Tex might go for Lord Commissar in this game. And Dark Riku's going to go for his Apo. My guess.
This map? Maybe Lictor Alpha? Sure. It seems big enough for the Lictor Alpha to actually come in for some nice flanks and stuff.
Yeah. But no one's picked the Lictor Alpha, have they? Or has Riku picked Lictor?
Instant veto. By the way, do we actually want to cast the finals as well, or shall we just watch Rupees cast them?
We can just host his channel and let him do it or something.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Actually, I might do it because I'm gonna upload to YouTube. Might as well have all the games. Or the finals at least, anyway.
Okay. Yes, gonna see Texas Lord Commissar.
Dark Riku still needs to pick his. Oh, I actually guessed it. If
You did.
Riku goes Apo.
Let's see how many people are actually watching Red Rupee's channel right now.
Probably 100.
95. So
Very difficult to compete with him in terms of viewership. No Apo. Saving that for Noisy.
third game. Dual Frontier. Lord Commissar versus Chaos Lord. A very safe choice. Riku's really good with the Chaos Lord.
Combi
I
Flame's
think
always
the
good.
Combi Flamer, yeah, exactly. Combi Flamer will be a more logical choice here on this matchup.
Definitely.
Strategic point spotted here.
Let's see.
I could see, I don't know, because this map's quite spread out, could see some double sentinels from Tex.
I'm really hoping we're gonna see double sentinels.
Sort of do double sentinels in that replay or something. Did you see the replay with someone who was calling him bad or something for going spamming sentinels when he had 2 of them?
Yeah, hedonism bot.
Yeah, that was it.
I have I've been playing with this guy before. Let's say he's not a nice person.
I saw
Or
it with
he
the EL
wasn't.
clan tag. I don't know if he was in EL or if that's a fake one or...
And I remember it being one of the rules for EL clan members. They actually have to be nice.
They'll tear us apart.
Never mind, let's concentrate on the game here.
A victory point is
Tex looks like he is going double sentinel, or might be. Or
Let's
just,
see.
Go ahead. Halt your
I think he's going for Catagens. He has put down a node, so we're not going to see double sentinels, or he would have hold on with purchasing the node in favor of a sentinel. Oh, never mind. I stand corrected.
when you said he put down node, I was expecting something else, something that costs power then. But maybe he's trying to load it quickly to prevent anyone from getting a decap onto it.
That might, yeah, because I've seen, I saw either the heretics or the CSM on the minimap closing in on the power node, so he might have loaded it just to be safe.
But the damage this CSM squad is taking now from the double sentinel is a bit much, so they do need to leave. The Lord Commissar's even gone as far as to actually go and capture Dark Riku's natural requisition point. Very annoying.
Super annoying.
Also see the power sword coming in for him as well.
Yeah, very nice upgrade. Since obviously this is a power armor race, the power sword is going to do lots and lots and lots of damage.
Yep.
generator coming.
It also improves. Oh, wait, it doesn't. What does it actually improve? I keep on forgetting. Yeah, I think he gets an lead by example ability.
So he can do knockback on every hit.
Yeah, and it increases speed and inspires. It's like Battle Cry.
Yeah. And it only costs the same as, or 10 requisition more than the Force 1's power sword as well.
Yeah.
It was a very strong purchase in tier 1. All his weapon choices are quite strong, really.
Yeah. Do you have the numbers on the power sword for the Force Commander?
It's 50 DPS as well,
Okay.
but he gets a plasma pistol. He gets a plasma pistol instead of the last pistol that Lord Commissar has. So I suppose the plasma pistol is better against heavy infantry.
Yeah. Do not underestimate that last pistol though.
No, it's like the highest damage out of
Yeah.
any kind of ranged melee weapon in the game.
I think it's
18.
16 DPS. Something like. Oh wait, even more.
Yeah, I think it's 18.
Yeah.
It's
Crazy high.
higher. I think it's higher than the Chaos Lord or Brother Captain. I'm not too sure. It's definitely on par with theirs.
Yeah, it's the highest. Here comes some noise marines.
One Sentinel doesn't have stomp though. It's only a single stomp going down onto the Noise Marines. Still a second stump though.
These noise marines really want to bash some power.
Yep, Lord Commissar needs to get into the fight as soon as possible. Sentinel's getting stuck with the heavy weapons. Ooh. 50 HP.
That's superior vehicle pathing here.
Lord Commissar is dangerously low though.
Yeah, he needs to activate his shield. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, he's trying to bait out last second so he can try and pick off a noise marine model here since they're quite low. Although he's gonna die, as soon as he retreats, you can just force melee onto him. Right, actually,
Arrow slot. Nope.
Noise marines as well gain away with 2 models at 70 HP as well. And also the immolate onto these guardsmen from the combi flame.
Quite painful stuff. There we go. 2 more gens being called down, sentinels.
There's still no generators for Dark Riku. He's on. He did have generators earlier, I thought, but
Yeah,
apparently he's just on an old.
he went for some really fast Havocs and Noise Marines and the Combi Flamer. So he needed that requisition to actually purchase these units before he could get the gens.
Okay, he's put down triple gems now.
And also 2 generators went down earlier. Because
Yep.
he had double gens. Havoc setting up here. But this is the Lord Commissar, so he... Wait, let's see how much red he has. He has access to a Commissar Flare, revealing and decreasing the targeted unit's weapons range. Sentinels are getting repaired here. So far, 2-0 cap for Dark Riku.
Once Texas hits tier 2, you could see the double missile launcher coming. The frag grenades or the frag missiles even extremely effective against Havocs while set up.
True. But in general, versus all heavy infantry,
Yeah. But at least with other stuff you can try and avoid it. But with Havocs while they're set up, it's very difficult.
yeah. The Noise Marines just happy to defend. Wait, what is Riku doing here? He's going to lose these Noise Marines. I think he might. Yeah, he might. Yeah, he might have dropped.
So, we host
Poor Riku. Yeah. These are some AI pro tactics.
the AI rush in.
Yeah.
The Doom Blast onto the Sentinel as well.
Guardsman squad lost, and there goes the sync error. Or whatever this crap is right now.
I don't think it's a sync error though. Well,
I can't even quit out of the game. Definitely.
okay, yeah, it's a sync error then.
GG Relic, GG. So this is obviously going to be replayed. Good guy, Relic.
Yeah, I just need to crash my own game then.
Going back in. This gives me time for another chocolate cake. Yay! People who frequently watch my stream know that this news just loves chocolate cake. Riku versus X Game 3 Relic.
Gets relicked.
Which map was it?
Silver Frontier.
Civil Frontier. Oh. Yes. Ah, damn it. This game. Are we all here? Yes, Rupee,
Yep.
Codex. Let's go. I guess they are. I wish there was like a resume from previous
That would be good.
state of the game.
Just start playing again from the end of the previous replay or something.
Yeah.
Give me a challenge.
So let's see what's going to be different about this game. If Tex is going to whip out that double sentinel strategy, or if Riku's going to go for the quadruple heretic build.
So we see Tex going for the early VP pressure again. The Sentinels coming out.
Your forces
So,
obey you.
Going to harass some heretics. Okay, Sentinel now found out. Oh my god. Sentinel now found out that this is not the right way to go. And the Chaos Lord, not the Chaos Lord, the Lord Commissar,
Your units.
harassing some CSM here. Heretics are
Heretics,
immediately forced off, yeah. Wow.
Your forces obey you.
this build is very annoying to just keep running into constantly. Going to that building is kind of risky to actually run into, given that's only got 450 HP. And if Tex goes double sentinel, we could probably take it out with a couple of sentinel missile shots.
Yeah.
Stomp coming in for the first sentinel, second sentinel is on its way as well.
Oh,
Stomp
nice.
does get baited up.
Yeah, nice figure. So Sentinel is vulnerable right now.
But it's close enough to base, so it's going to be okay.
Oh, suppression kick in at the right moment.
This Heresy's been quite a few models there. And here comes the second Sentinel. I wonder if he's going to go for Stomp on both Sentinels this time, because in the previous game, he only had Stomp on the very first Sentinel like he has now. Combi Flame coming out for the Chaos Lord as well.
Maybe he feels confident that he only needs one.
True.
Because getting the second Stomp means that's another 75 rec, 15 power dumped into the Sentinel.
So it's Aguxyz now coming out for Dark Riku. Did he go for double CSM in the previous game, or did he go Aguxyz into Noise Marines?
He went to Havoc into Noise Marines.
Alright. So I imagine that we'll see the same thing again. So Flamer Guardsmen though, taking down one generator, are going to take down a second one as well.
I didn't even pay attention to them. Very nice early pressure. So far, it's the exact same situation. Tex taking two early gens.
Just it's on the other side of the map now. Mirror image.
Horseman stalling here for the Lord Commissar to close in. Now we see the power sword doing work.
Yep. This Chaos Lord needs to be a bit careful. Better kill the Meek and then probably gonna walk away now.
Stay. Your forces obey you.
Might see the cacophony here. Yep.
But then the Refractor Shield will be able to protect the Lord Commissar for a little bit.
Yep. And the Arrows is getting low here. Lord Commissar though.
Big loss there.
I think we're going to see a counter bash right now. Only one generator though, so not too bad. Heavy weapons team setting up here though.
You are losing us a victory point.
But these Havocs are not going to be able to do too much. They're going to get suppressed as soon as they're ready to set up. Maybe the Noise Marines can go and interrupt them, silence them just enough so that the Havocs are unsuppressed.
Yep.
Ooh, Sentinel. He's going to go down. Heavy weapons team is also in a lot of trouble as well.
Furious. Not going so well for Tex.
No. Red Noise Marines are going to get out there actually, unless the Commissar can get one more swing with his sword. Which he doesn't have the melee charge to do so. These generators should get bashed. By the Havocs and CSM that are still down, everyone said they're going to go down to the very bottom of the map and actually go and capture the requisition GP.
Yeah, it's not very low. We'll have to
Should be able to
retreat.
get out there though.
Fight harder.
One more swing and he would have been dead.
Point is lost.
Happening top. Until it's decapping.
Your units fulfill your command.
Havocs. Well, not Havocs, but heavy weapons team setting up here to suppress some heretics.
Just barely inside the arc. This is a bit of an odd position for them to be set up in.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to mind game him so that he would retreat these heretics.
Call now upon the unholy power of the Chaos Gods.
May Slanesh speak through us.
So far, so good. Both have triple gens. Economy is looking strong.
A lot of the map going towards text now. Or the majority of the center anyway. Although
Yeah,
it's
with
going to be
his
about
entire
evenly
army
split.
Ready for eternal war.
being on top. Seems he feels confident that he can protect his power with just the heavy weapons team and the Lord Commissar.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. We see the execute used on the heavy weapons team.
No carapace armor on the Lord Commissar, so the execute does cost 50 energy rather than 25.
Your lord and master. You may fail us this day.
Okay, so we're just going to go in here and probably tie up the heavy weapons once he sees them. But the heavy weapons might actually run all the way to the top inside the building. Very stumped there by the Sentinel, actually catches out all three CSM modders, but they are outside the arc of the heavy weapons team there.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they actually did not go to the house, because between the Combi Flamer and the Noise Marines, they would have just gone down, like, so fast. Triple cap for Tex right now. Good job.
The Dark Riku's got some Plague Marines out in the field now. This Sentinel that's left will need to be a bit careful. Especially with the Chaos Lord.
True.
Just
I
because you can
think,
speed up.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, just because you can speed up Plague Marines with Corn Worship, makes them even scarier.
Super scary. Like to see all these infantry rushing towards you, especially if you mix them in some bloodletters.
Hear that? The song of battle.
This little Commissar needs to be a bit careful. But he'll be fine. Got the refractor shield on anyway. And he has just about enough energy if he wants to execute the heavy weapons that are set up here. Sentinel gets out of there, but it's kind of turning back around. Lord Commissar might die to the damage over time from these plague bolters.
Yep.
I think if the Plague Marines were just to keep focusing down Lord Commissar, he would have died. But they decided at the last minute to switch focus down to the Sentinel instead. These Havocs up top getting burned down by some Flamers. These Flamer Guardsmen are actually going to be able to force melee onto them. And
Might even take them out. Please, Riku, do not be dropped again. Kill the weak. Nope. Wow, 17 HP. These flamers. 5. Come on, one more burst.
Look.
Oh, escape on 4 HP.
that melee resistance saving them.
Yeah.
Guardsmen should easily be able to melee some Havocs into death, but OP melee resistance. That Dreadnought now coming up for Dark Riku. I'm not sure about this choice against double heavy weapons. Tex can upgrade to an autocannon last cannon, or just a single last cannon by itself to counter this Dreadnought.
True. It might be a preemptive purchase though, because if you've observed lots of Tex's recent games with the Lord Commissar, you know that he really loves Ogrins.
Yep.
And
some
but he
Stormtroopers.
has stubbornness, so yeah, the Assault Kit Stormtroopers are very good versus like Marines.
But
They're
these
like
Stormtroopers might get upgraded to a Melsa kit instead to counter this Dreadnought.
True, yeah.
You have a last cannon upgrade on this, heavy weapons that are set up with the refractor shield on now. But it's not going to be ready in time.
I'm still thinking Assault Kit. So far, so good.
Yep.
And Tex still hasn't repurchased his power. It would just be inviting more pressure onto the power node of the power farm.
Stormtrooper's gonna stealth now and have an autocannon on the second heavy weapons squad. Last cannon set up, this Devastator is not gonna walk into it. Even though it shows this last cannon squad is set up, the guy's still carrying the weapon on his back.
Yeah. I think it's bugging out right now, because it should have fired before.
Like a day, he just picked up when it was already on his back. Armored Inferno coming in very nice. Been used on the close range with some guardsmen.
Yeah. And we see the melter gun upgrade on the stormtroopers, and here goes a last cannon and a melter stormtrooper kit.
The Sentinel's a little bit too close, or a little bit too low right now. Sentinel will go down. Stormtroopers are forced off as well, because Dreadnought's actually forced in melee. Tex did lose his heavy weapons last cannon squad as well. The Chaos Lord also went down in the fight. And other than the autocannon, there's currently no AV out on the field, so we need to be a bit careful. Like Marines are just I force melee by the looks of it. But they will actually get away with all 3 models by the looks of things. Very unfortunate. Especially with their health regen, they'll be back in the fight in no time.
Map looking very blue right now.
Yep. Triple cap as well.
So Dreadnought will definitely get out. Since the Melter Kit Stormtroopers are nowhere near Dreadnought, they're just coming out of base now.
This should be a full gen bash with Dark Riku. The auto cannon flamer should easily be able to shred through all these generators before Riku can react. And Riku's actually going to go tier 3 and recall in some Terminators since he has got red to do so. Or a Predator, and then use the red on the nuke when he gets the chance.
True.
What do you think it's Terminators?
425. I definitely use the nuke. I get a Mark of Virgo Predator and use a good nuke.
Yep. But I don't think you can afford the Predator anymore with that gen farm going down. Ooh, some terrain in the way of these noise rings up in the very top of the map. Some mines on the retreat path of these Havocs. Havocs won't be able to stay in that fight. The noise rings actually do land their shot now. Those Marines are going to be forced to retreat away through the minefield, but they won't take any model losses by the looks of things. From the double guardsmen.
Lots of matured requisition points.
A lot of focus seems to be switched onto VPs right now. Riku is 15 power away from getting some Terminators if he wanted, or he wants to get a Predator, which is going to cost him an extra 25 power on top of that.
I think we're going to see some Terminators.
Yep, some Terminators would be pretty decent with their Storm Bolters as well. Just the amount of damage that they'll be able to lay out onto his guardsmen, the amount of bleed, plus the demoralization buff, or debuff, that they also grant.
Name your target. We will be fighting combat on the Alpha.
The Commissar just walking head on into a Havoc squad will be forced to retreat away. Some Melter Stormtroopers taking a building, which wasn't the best idea of Plague Marines around. That building only has 450 HP, and the Plague Marines will be able to take that down in a few hits if they wanted.
The enemy has 200 points remaining.
Those Marines getting very nice shot onto the heavy weapons team. The heavy weapons team will be forced off immediately. The Armored Inferno coming in from the Chaos Lord onto these guardsmen. The guardsmen will now be forced to get away from after getting the decap onto the VP. These nose Marines being very annoying right now with their long range. Or whether they're just currently blind firing on that top VP. Dark Riku hasn't noticed that they've actually left just yet.
Your forces obey you.
Chaos Havocs might be going down here, and they do go down.
Some Stormtroopers with the assault kit. And Predators actually coming out instead of a set of Terminators.
Your units fulfill your command.
And Dark Riku actually does have enough for a nuke now, 520 red. Kind of curious what he's going to use his nuke on, or when he's going to use it. Actually cancels the Predator, so we could see the Terminators get called in instead now. Lots of stormtroopers bashing away at this generator. One generator down, the second generator will go down. But the whole power farm will go down because there's nothing to actually counter it just yet. Actually, here comes some Terminators now.
A good choice. I think he will also get the autocannon.
Depends, the autocannon's like 80 power.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anywhere near that.
I think he'll leave them vanilla for now. These storm bolters, I think, do enough damage.
About 30 DPS each or something. Should absolutely tear through anything that Tex has got right now.
That's
And they
like
can't be
3 tech
suppressed.
marines firing at you.
If only you could give them all bionics. Double water cannons now for
Sounds
Tex.
balanced.
It is very balanced. Chaos should hire me as lead balance designer. I'll change the game for the better. Heretic grenade launchers will get buffed. Devastated Vengeance rounds buffed.
Will grenade launchers then do AV damage?
Now just make the entire squad grenade launchers, no auto rifles or any of that. I'm just going to run head on him with his stubbornness. I don't think the stubbornness is going to be enough to keep him alive though. Really, it's taking a lot of damage. Does get out there.
He cannot push against this. But I think he just wanted to pull out some attention away from his melter kit stormtroopers capping top.
Yeah.
Because now he's moving in with his guardsmen. We see bloodletters for Riku.
We could see a nuke get used onto these double heavy weapons and it could be very effective against them. Actually, what? Sorry, you can't even nuke. You use the Terminators, didn't you? Using the plague ones to actually force me down into the auto cannon seems. Bloodletters coming in from behind these guardsmen. These guardsmen need to be very careful, actually. Yes, Dreadnought is getting quite low. Dove the Power Fist onto Lord Commissar. Lord Commissar will go down following the Dreadnought's death now. I think that this game will go to Dark Riku. Once he gets the cap on that, it'll be a triple cap once again. And Dark Riku's currently keeping him busy just outside of his base with these plague wounds and these bloodletters.
True. These stormtroopers are going for the decap top, and stormtroopers bottom are also getting the decap, but here comes the immolate. But at this point, you'll just take it, because you need the decap.
Yep. Although they're retreating away, so the Chaos Lord will now get the cap. And actually does take down 2 models and retreat with the armor of the Inferno. Those Marines are also set up as well to protect the center VP. But those Marines are firing a bit awkwardly, decide to fire into some terrain instead of at the VP.
Tech's doing everything in his power to stall here, but yeah. This is
Also coming on
GG.
Terminators absolutely destroyed some stormtroopers.
Yep. There's GG.
Yep.
I don't even know what Tex could have done better.
It's hard to say. I think in the early game it was losing the Sentinel and losing Lord Commissar.
Yep.
Like shortly after each other, that was quite a detrimental loss.
So it's Tex vs Dark Riku game 3. It
That
is
was game 3.
decided.
What did you say, sorry?
It was game 3, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody followed me. Thanks, Mr. Dow ID Wins. Don't know if I'm saying that correctly. But the tongue breaker. So the old Wens. Let's see. Are we actually... Nope, I don't think. I'm gonna jump in this next lobby.
Did you say you're not jumping in?
Yep. I actually have kind of a sore throat. Talking is difficult for me right now. Do Raptors gain a new ability from their champion? Oh god, I'm only reading the chat now. Actually, yeah, they do. They do get the, what's it called? Sweeping? No, not Sweeping Doom.
Demonic Fury, isn't it?
Demonic Fury, yeah. Which is a targeted knockback attack on a single model. And in Tier 3, they also gain access to the Melter Pistol. Or Melter Gun, whatever you want to call it. Which takes away their suppression on jump. But gives them a very effective Melter Gun and a crack grenade, was it? I think, yeah. Oh no, it's a Melter Bomb, not a crack grenade. See what's happening in the group chat.
Don't know who's hosting this final game.
Maybe they are taking a break. Time to face the final boss, says Noisy.
Game's up by Riku.
Texting to go home and be a family man. Okay. No, I'm gonna let you have all the fun because I really can't talk anymore. My throat's really hurting. So you guys have fun. Everybody who's watching my channel right now, switch over to Boss's channel and enjoy the cast. And maybe see you later for some games afterwards. Since Riku's online, we might have a free fall, something like that.
Good old after tourney free for all.
Exactly.
Always a good choice.
Yeah. So have fun casting that last one.
Alright then, see ya.
Yo, bye.
Then there was one.
Disconnected from your channel.
So I'm going to having a stretch because I'm pretty tired myself. So thank you Adeptus for hosting my channel. For some reason Twitch alerts is not working for me, or Twitch alerts is turned off for me for whatever reason. I don't know why it was. Okay, it's now turned back on. I don't know why it was turned off in the first place. So in the finals, got Dark Riku versus Noisy, and I should actually update the round number to the finals. I'm just throwing some exclamation marks as some like kind of filler for the space that's kind of missing. So Noisy is now in the game, Dark Riku's here, don't know if Dark Riku is going to be taking a break or not. Well, we need to wait and decide, or wait and see who's going to be picking who. Noisy is the top of the bracket, so Noisy will be first picking. Well, we'll be choosing his commander first, then Dark Riku will be choosing his. And then, depending on how the game goes, will depend on who picks the map. So, Nose is just gonna go for the Force Commander. Dark Riku is going to... What is Dark Riku picked? Does he actually pick the Lictor Alpha? Well, he must have done that. I don't think he would try and throw something in there that he hasn't actually got. So, both players are ready. I'm gonna set myself to ready. The map is Ashes of Typhon. This is the fixed finals map. Normally it's Quest Heresy, but because we are a 32 player bracket today, it is no longer Quest Heresy. It's going to be Ashes of Typhon. So, Noisy playing that Force Command once again. I've seen him play it quite a bit and quite well earlier today and in previous tournaments, and even when he had the $20 bounty on his head from Atlas. He was playing the Force Commander throughout the games very well, very efficiently, using that Steel Rain. Those drop pods absolutely fending everyone off from Alice's bounty, and was able to, I don't know, to hold his own, or whatever you want to call it. Force Commander going straight for a VP, Lictor Alpha going straight for a VP. We got some scouts over here going for some power, some Homogons going for some power, some Termagants on the move, and some Tactical Marines also on the move. And I think between this game and the next game I really need to just run downstairs and get myself another drink, because I've been through like a litre of Lucozade right now and I've run out of Lucozade, so running dry up here. I'm not sure what Dark Riku's going to go for his third purchase. Sometimes we do see Spore Mines get purchased, and he does have enough for Spore Mines, but opting not to get those Spore Mines in the end, they're going to go for something else really. You could see the triple Termagants come out for Dark Riku. Seen people go for that, or he might go for some fast feeder tendrils onto the Lictor Alpha. He has put down a power node and generator very early on, so we could see some fast feeder tendrils. The battle cry is going to stop the Lictor's skill hook from actually being able to work. Lictor is just going to tear away at that Force Commander, but the battle cry is going to let him get special after special after special. Termagants are a little bit out of position here. They're going to go and retreat through Space Marines. Shotgun blast coming out from the scouts who have just upgraded to their shotguns. The Lictor Alpha is going to stealth himself and is going to back away there. Force Commander is going to retreat, go back to base, going to go heal up. His Artificer's armor will be slightly delayed with the shotgun scouts coming out first. Lictor is here. His Flesh Hook is on cooldown, so no more pulling people in just yet. It's also not got enough energy for it as well.
Ready to serve.
These Homogons are going to be the target of the scouts. Homogons should be able to easily catch up and dispose of them. Here comes the Lictor to tie up the shotgun scouts. Shotgun scouts will also have their shotgun blast on cooldown. Devastator's coming out now for Noisy. Warrior's coming out for Riku. I doubt that this is going to be a Barb Strangler Warrior squad. It's going to be just a melee warrior squad until it hits tier 2, where we will see the Adrenal Glands upgrade come in later.
Scouts here. Go ahead.
We have the Devastator squad just flying our base right now. The Lictor, I think his Flesh Hook should be off cooldown now. Does have enough energy for it. The Force Commander needs to be a bit more careful now, because these double Termagants have got their toxin sacks, as you can see from the plus above their head. Devastators also setting up here, firing away at these Termagants, not able to get enough fire on them to suppress them. Lictor's going to go in here and is going to pull in a Devastator model, perhaps. He's actually going to go in and just melee the squad down. and then he's probably going to use the flesh hook in retreat or something to pick off an extra model. Devastator going down to one model. The Lictor is not in range for the flesh hook and also does not have enough NG. It is still currently stealth, so NG is still draining. Force Commander is quite low, not low enough though. The Warriors do lose a model. We did see the Warrior Synapse actually knocking back surrounding units as well. Got a Sergeant coming out. This Lictor is extremely low. If the scouts had stayed in the fight and kept focus firing him down, then I think the Lictor would have died. Do have a decap onto the natural requisition here. Very annoying hit from Dark Riku.
The Tyranid swarm is overwhelming a victory point.
Double warriors now coming out for Dark Riku. These other warriors coming out of base just now. Devastators here, attacks are here. Scouts are going off to the sides, going to capture the VP in natural requisition. This is now become a Barb Strangler warrior brood. You see that I don't actually know what the bullet or projectile is called, but it does take down a Devastator squad. These warriors there coming in here for a bit of a flank onto these tanks in retreat. No Barb Strangler for these guys though. This Barb Strangler warrior brood going to be the ones to go and capture the VP along with these. Going to swap places. We have the double scouts coming here for the decap onto the VP and onto the requisition point. Force Commander sitting behind some heavy cover. His bolt pistol does not have the range to engage these tunnel guns, so he's just going to absorb damage and buy some time to try and prevent Riku from moving further forward, so actually going for this generator farm. There goes the suppression down to the Devastators. Warriors jumping in. That warrior model does go down. We do see the Synapse bomb going off there. Devastator model does go down. We can see a power bash now take effect. These warriors actually doing some less damage to his Force Commander, but he is a bit too tanky there with his Artificer's armor. And here comes for bash. On the guns off to the right, gonna get a decap onto that fully matured requisition point. Drop pod now coming in for Noisy. These warriors do need to be a little bit careful. These tanks are going to be behind some green cover because of this drop pod actually providing green cover. So these tanks will be able to bleed away some Tomagon models. But here comes some Homogons to put an end to them. They will need to retreat and get out of there. Do have some Devastators set up in the face of these warriors. Warriors will lose another model. The Lictor Alpha is coming in through the center of the map now, so we could see him use his flesh hook on something, especially this Scout Sergeant. Since it's the last model to die, you can pull it in, and it's very annoying because you can just focus fire it down and either kill the Sergeant or just kill the squad. Okay, I think this needs to be a retreat now for Riku. He's going to lose a Tomagon squad. They're on 30 HP. We'll actually get away there. It's very difficult to select the squad that's on no health amongst all these Tomagons. So I've not seen the Lictor for a little bit. Actually over here, getting a decap on this requisition. Going to get a decap onto the VP. VP 479 to 372 in favour of Noisy. Both players going tier 2 at similar times as well. These double attacks and Devastators coming in here for a bit of a power bash. No flamer on either attacks. Attack flamers do take quite a while to build. It's 25 seconds for the upgrade compared to 15 seconds for most other upgrades. Devastators are set up so that these warriors are not able to push forward. We do have the double scouts onto the left hand side, going to force off some Homogons. These double scouts being very annoying. You can see the attacks moving down to mid as well. You can see a shotgun blast hit here because the Sergeant villain that I was talking about earlier, but the shotgun blast does help keep the squad alive. They do lose one model,
The enemy
but those scouts with the shotgun blast, if it wasn't for that, then the squad might have gone down. Or is going to go and cap, but these double Kraken Bolt tactical marines are going to do a number onto them. Down to less than half health. So we do have a Razorback coming out now, and we do have a zone on the way for Dark Riku. This Razorback is going to be extremely annoying. There's currently no AV on the field out for Riku. Even with the zone probe coming out, the Psychic Blast isn't going to be enough really to affect the Razorback. And here comes the Thunder Hammer as well for the Force Commander. These Termagants do need to get out of the area. See them just running away. They don't even want to take a single swing from that. Meanwhile, the Lictor Alpha is chasing some Devastators. The Devastators have gone all the way out, so Lictor Alpha is going to back away from there. Doesn't want to get caught out by the Force Commander either.
readying teleporter.
Teleporter pack coming in for the Force Commander, as you just heard. The Lictor Alpha does need to be a little bit careful here. There's a lot of damage here from this ranged blood and the Force Commander himself. So Razorback is going to be pushing forward. This is going to be another Gen Bash for Noisy now. Here's a Venom Brood, which is definitely what is needed. Still no idea on where the zone is. I think he might have cancelled the zone in favour of the earlier Venom Brood and then gain the zone now, as we can see a building. This Termagant squad's actually going to just die. But this does free up a little space here so I can see, but there is no zone on the field for Riku just yet. Zone would be nice to actually keep the Razorback in place, allowing the Venom Brood to actually do their job and end this Razorback pressure. These Barb Strangler Warriors doing a very good job of just keeping these attacks suppressed, being very annoying where Force Commander is just going to go in here and interrupt them now. And also, thank you for the follow. I'm starting to lose my voice a bit as well, like Adeptus was. I do need to maybe slow down my talking. Do have a Capillary Tower going over here to give a speed boost to all the Tyranids. Can also spawn Rippers and spawn mines as well from them. The Force Commander is just going to go in here, getting a knockback onto the Venom Brood. Warriors and Lictor Alpha are going to try and go in, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. The Warrior Brood here is actually going to die. This Venom Brood isn't doing enough damage. There are double scouts actually repairing. Warrior Brood will get out there with 7 HP. The zone is still just here freely firing on it. Very nice zone shot there. There is the Razorback smoke cloud going down to reduce incoming range damage. But I think it's still going to have to be, both players are just going to have to leave the fight and back out now. So we do have, most of the map control is still in favour of Dark Riku. Most of the map is currently red. These Homogons have been on capping duties throughout the entire push that Noisy has been doing. Currently Noisy is only in control of a single VP. Dark Riku is currently in control of 2, but Noisy is on more VPs in total with 385 to 277. Some ASMs are going to be his next purchase. Lictor Alpha still has currently no upgrades, still is only level 1 as well. No feeder tendrils for him, no, oh no, nothing really. These Devastators are a little bit out of position. You have the Adrenal Glands now coming in here for this Warrior Brood, so they are now going to be doing heavy melee damage, which also gets amplified the more Tyranids there are in the area. These ASMs do need to be a bit careful, especially given that they only do regular melee damage and Warriors are heavy infantry. So Scouts are going to not go for that VP requisition cap, they're actually going to back away. Okay, these Warriors actually take over a lot of damage from this Thunder Hammer, and the ASM is going to jump in to follow up. One Warrior goes down. So this will be a fight that Noisy should be able to win with. Both the Warriors out of the fight should be okay, or should be poised to win this. Venom Brood will be the next target now. And there's going to be a full retreat now for Dark Riku. And at the same time, while this is going on, we've got scouts, we've got devastators, and we've got more scouts going in for the cap onto the 2 requisition points and 2 VPs on the left hand side. It's also going to cap the contested VP to the right of the screen. So it's going to be a triple cap for Noisy. We do have a Tyrant Guard as well coming out for Dark Riku as well. Even though Dark Riku was in control of the majority of the map earlier, the majority of the map is slowly going towards Noisy now. And Dark Riku is actually trying to come down this left hand side, but there's some Devastator set up. There's going to be a grenade getting thrown onto this little blob here. It's going to be pretty rough. I kind of thought it'd be a bit more rough than that, but there's still 4 Gaunt models going down, 3 Tamagont models, 1 Homagont model. Here comes Lictor Alpha. That is probably going to be a dead Devastator model. Force Command coming in here to get a knockback. ASM's coming in here, they do have their Sergeant, but not enough. Well, they do have enough energy for the knockback ability. This Razorback is very low. Just be careful of this Tyrant Guard. Tyrant Guard should be able to finish off his Razorback with a single hit, since it does do heavy melee. Razorback is just going to kite this. We do have double plasmas out for Noise as well. The Tyrant Guard is heavy infantry instead of vehicle armor, so plasmas will do very nicely. Also against these triple or double warriors, Venom Brood are pretty much modified warriors, so this together is a lot of heavy infantry, which these plasma attacks will do very nicely against. Force is actually going to be able to just take down this warrior brood. Will get out there with 40 HP, will now switch its focus onto the Venom Brood, but he is alone, so he will just back out of that fight. So we do have some attacks going to go for the requisition point. ASM's gonna jump out and go to base. I'm not sure why he had to jump those out. Felt like they could have just walked back instead. We do have the Devastator again upgraded to a last cannon Devastator squad. Needs to be careful of a friendly fire here. If he's very unlucky, he could actually take down his Razorback with a single hit in the rear armor. We do see the map control now going towards Dark Riku. Dark Riku is in control of the contested power here, the contested VP, and this power over here. Not that much of an advantage, but a decent advantage. These Tamagons will not be able to cap this contested VP, in fact. They will be forced away. Some scouts going to go cap that now. Dark Riku is going tier 3 though. I'm not sure if that is the right choice. But I am not an expert here in this player. So ASM gonna jump in, the Force Command's already in the fight. He's got his Thunder Hammer, it is swinging around like a madman, it is knocking things back, it is killing things, it is realizing things. And here come the plasma attacks, but everything is in full retreat, so he's going to go and focus down at this generator. This generator is about to get fucked. And there it goes. This power node will be the next choice, and we do have the Tyrant Guard and some Barb Strangler Warrior Brood over here, which are just keeping an eye on that VP. Dark Riku is putting a very big emphasis on the VPs right now because he is that far behind. Razorback is coming in here to stop the Lictor Alpha. Lictor Alpha down to 200 HP. Look at the damage this Razorback is doing. Similar damage to an Assault Cannon Dreadnought, if I remember correctly, which is about 60 DPS. So you do need to be very careful of that. ASM's going to probably lose a model to these Hummergunts. Viewers incoming, and why are viewers incoming? Don't tell me like Red Rupee stream went down or something like that. Anyway, Force Command with the Thunder Hammer coming in here, gonna absolutely destroy these Warrior Brood, even with their adrenal glands. It's no match for the Force Command with Thunder Hammer. He's going to teleport forward, he's going to try and go for this Venom Brood so the Razorback will survive. Razorback is very low. It is getting repaired up by these scouts. Scouts are going to hop in and going to evacuate that area. Rupee's internet exploded. Okay, That's no good. Is his internet not coming back, or I take it it's not like too much dank weed on Ruby's stream? Well, I don't know what to say to that really. Anyway, these double plasma attacks coming in onto the contested side. We do see Noisy is actually going to go tier 3 as well. Riku is floating a lot of resources right now. I think he's going to get a Swarm Lord. Or he must be getting a Swarm Lord. And here's the Swarm Lord. Omagaunt's going to get forced off by the Razorback and double scouts. This Razorback has just been kept alive all game with these double scouts supporting it on a constant basis. Tyrant Guard still kicking it around. Population cap 93 for Noisy, 77 for Dark Riku. Noisy's going to have to sack something if he actually wants to get a tier 3 upgrade, or he might... I doubt he's going to go for the Terminator Force Commander, so... Or maybe he's already purchased something like some Terminators. No, he hasn't purchased Terminators. So Noisy will need to sack something if he wants to get a tier 3 purchase, really. Or maybe he's just saving up for an Orbs of Bombardment, who knows. Maybe he'll decide it's time to say goodbye to that Razorback. Is he going to sack it? But he does have enough to call in some Terminators in this next fight if he had the population. The Swarm Lord is coming out, so maybe he's going to wait until he sees something and react to it. Okay, here comes the Sacrificial Razorback. Does he have enough for He still doesn't have enough for Terminators. Terminators are 21 population from... Well, I think they're 21 population. He does have enough for a Predator though, if he wants one of those. So we could see a Predator come in, a last cannon Predator would be a very nice counter to the Swarm Lord. You can just kite it for days and days, really. So ASM's coming in here with the double attack, should be able to easily fight off these warriors with their adrenal glands. It's like they're a bit hesitant about jumping in, and so they should, because here comes the Swarm Lord. He's just going to ruin everything. We have the Melter Bomb though, and the last cannon Devastator squad, although it's going to get interrupted by the Lictor Alpha. So this will need to be a kind of a pullback for Noisy. These scouts are getting a little bit low. This one scout squad could die. Lictor Alpha is here, does have the menacing visage to force units back to base. We do have the double missile attacks coming out as the AV counter now. These Homingons and Lictor Alpha are going to be retreating away though for Noisy. The Swarm Lord is moving back. I'm not really sure why these warriors do use a model to the last cannon Devastator squad. Could even see a Power Fist and Force Commander, but that would be a bit overkill, I think. Thunderhammer is probably best to kill these Warrior Brood. And here are the Terminators. These scouts do need to be a little bit careful. Noisy on 95 population. I don't think he's got enough population to actually fully reinforce the scout squad, so Terminators are just going to sit on that left hand side. They're going to be somewhat uncontested. I'll say that. Here comes the Tyrant Guard. Tyrant Guard should be able to do pretty decently against Terminators, along with the support of the rest of the army. Could also see Cyclone Missile Launcher upgrade onto these Terminators to try and counter the Swarm Lord. These Terminators are getting a little bit low. He's lost, he's going to lose them. He's not careful. They should be able to teleport, or should be teleporting to the center now. He's really trying to bait this out, and this is a very risky bait. These double missile attacks doing quite a lot of damage to the Swarm Lord. Actually wait, he already used the teleport, didn't need to get the VP, that's why he hasn't teleported away. He's not baiting it out. Here comes the Lictor Alpha. Lictor Alpha should go down to these ASMs. The Lictor Alpha actually forcing the ASMs back to base before I can finish him off. The Force Commander is going to come in here and he's going to ruin this Lictor Alpha before retreating himself. Tyrant Guard in retreat, nearly taking down attack squad. This level 4 attack squad gained away with 2 models at 60 HP. This one Terminator, the lone Terminator survivor from earlier, will need to go back to base and reinforce, and he decides not to reinforce. He decides that he needs to chase down this Tyrant Guard and pop him with this Storm Bolter. Okay, now he needs to be really careful. This is extremely brazen. Okay, the double missile launchers are going to go and work their way onto that Tyrant Guard, even the last kind of Devastator squad there. These ASMs do need to be a bit careful. These Warrior Brood do have their Adrenal Glands, but that special will help out very nicely. Tyrant Guard is going to get away by the looks of things, 500 HP, but it looks like it should be able to grovel its way out of there. Force Command's going to go in with his power melee. Here comes that Predator. Predator with its last cannon. The missile that hit the terrain here will get the kill onto that Tyrant Guard. Here comes the Lictor Alpha, the Swarm Lord, the Homogonts, and the Termagants. And here's the Force Commander swinging his hammer, knocking everything back and forth. Swarm Lord is actually in a bit of danger here with these double missile attacks. But this one missile attack squad is extremely low. The Lictor has got his eyes set on it. Force Commander still fighting that Termagant squad. This, oh, it's very low. If the Lictor actually has his hook, which he does not because he does not have enough energy for it, that would be a dead squad. Okay, the Force Commander is back into base. Well, no, he's still currently fighting. He's actually chasing down a zone. Meanwhile, this Terminator is very low. Has he got teleport? He's going to teleport into a nuke if he does. Actually teleports onto the Predator. Will go down, I imagine. No way. Okay, he does go down. He actually gets killed by the nuke. He survived the Homogonts to die to the Terran Formation there. Very unfortunate. And this Venom Brood will go down as well. Predator is still alive though, did survive the nuke, did survive the Venom Brood, and now the Venom Brood has gone down. It's this game is actually looking in favour of Noisy. If you have a look at the units at the bottom here, Dark Riku did lose quite a bit in that last engagement. This attack squad is very low, needs to go back to base and actually call in some reinforcements. That is a dead Termagant squad. Surprisingly survives a single hammerhead there. Okay, that is probably a dead Homogonts squad as well to follow up. Force Commander is going to get the cap there. Even though most of the map is belonging to Riku right now, Noisy should be able to just win this game by having more units. So Noisy really needs to get his eyes set on this contested VP, and even for this VP actually he has enough units that he can spread out and go for both of these VPs at the same time really. Here's the last cannon coming out now, which will be very nice against that Swarm Lord. This Lictor Alpha is going to be stealthed up, but there are some scouts here with a Sergeant. Force Commander going over here to sort out this VP, but he is alone. So yeah, he just needs to get out of there. There's a bit too much there for him to handle, mainly the Swarm Lord. So, last kind of Devastator is just set up in the to cover the center part to make sure the Swarm Lord can't flank around from mid. Here we have the double missile attacks having to run away from this Swarm Lord. Here comes the Melter Bomb with ASMs who are level 3 now. The Swarm Lord does need to be a bit careful. There's a lot of AV here. ASMs are going to defensively jump back to help out the Predator. Here comes an orbital bombardment now. Starting at the very back, making its way even closer forward. It's going to catch out Termagants and Warriors. This attack squad does need to back out, but it's probably going to go down. That is a very dead Termagant squad. Swarm Lord does go down. This VP is getting capped by scouts. This VP is getting capped by a zone. That zone is probably going to die if it does not move. The VP 69 to 62. Very close game. ASMs are going to chase this zone. What is the zone doing? It just walked in there. maybe to buy some time. Here comes the Serana formation though. The Force Commander doesn't really care about the Serana formation though. Actually does a little bit there. But I just gets tossed like a salad there.
None can stop the crusade of the righteous.
So, and that is the end of the game. So, game 1 going towards Noisy. So we'll see what's going to happen in game 2, if we're going to see the same matchup again, Force Command versus Lictor Alpha, or what. I remember who hosted the previous game. I think it was, I don't know. Whoever hosted the previous game can go and rehost this game. So we'll wait and see, or wait like 5 minutes or something. Maybe I should just host the game since no one else seems to be hosting. Riku versus Noisy final MRT game 2 XXXX. Just because why not? So map was on Ashes of Typhon first. So I don't know. See what Dark Riku decides to pick as his map choice. Noisy, not very happy about that pop cap. Did see him go to, or start taking up towards tier 3 when he was 93 out of 100, so he couldn't actually get anything else out. He already had everything. So he did need to sack that Razorback in order to get some other stuff in, really. So here's Codex, and that is all the casters or spectators. I actually had money to waste Terminators. It's not often that you want to go and just waste some Terminators. Couldn't get the shit I wanted because of the pop cap. So I've actually lost the brackets from that game crashing earlier, so let me go into the brackets. Actually, Noisy was at the top, Riku was at the bottom. So Noisy picks his commander first, so Riku's turn to pick his commander first. So Jarlow's Forge. So I'm pretty sure I've got this right. So Chaos Lord, Noisy, imagine he's going to be sticking with that Force Commander. Now that Red Rupee's back in the game, I imagine people are going to swarm back to him. So we will see. Anyway, Chaos Lord for Dark Riku. Neither player seems to be ready. Ask if Noise is going to stick with the Force Commander. And Noisy's thinking of taking the Farseer, which he has been practicing quite a bit recently. Not wanting to play against the Chaos Lord's Combi Flamer. So if both players are ready to go, Noisy deciding that he wants to change his mind once again. So Riku's going to go to the bathroom then. Does look like he's going to switch it up to the Farseer now. But we need to take like a 2-minute break anyway because Riku gonna go take a slash or a dump or whatever you're gonna do in the bathroom. So 2 minutes and then the game will begin. So Noisy is going to go with that Farseer. The Farseer that we all know and love. I haven't actually seen Farseer in ages, in a 1v1 anyways. The only eld I've really seen 1v1s these days is normally the Water Spider Exarch, but Noisy doesn't play the Water Spider as far as I know. So okay, Riku's back, so I'm going to start the game. And after this game as well, might be doing a free-for-all as well. See if we can get everyone into a good old after tournament free-for-all once again. Hopefully we don't end up with like another 2-hour game because everyone decides that they want to screw Riku over in the free-for-all, but we will see. So starting off on the left, we do have Noisy playing as the Farseer, and we do have my game actually kind of messing up there. But we do have Noisy playing as the Farseer, we have some Dire Avengers here, we have the Chaos Lord here, we have some Heretics over there, we have some Banshees building, we have some CSM building. And then this is game 2 of the finals, and it's a best out of 5, not a best out of 3. And there will definitely be some spots open for that free-for-all. And what is my game doing? Let me alt tab out and alt tab back in, because... Right, so hopefully my screen doesn't shake, or whatever it's doing.
We must save the lost ones. Guardians have come afield.
So this is game 2. Noisy won the first game, and Riku, well, is currently on 0 game because there's only been 1 game. Noisy going for Banshees, followed up by some Dire Avengers. So Banshees are going to go in for these Heretics, or they're going to chase them down anyway. Decide that they should switch focus down to the CSM. Chaos Lord is coming in to help out. Here's a retreat from these Banshees. Does not want to lose any models here. There are double Heretics out on the field as well. So Banshees will need to be careful when engaging in melee of these double Heretics. These Dyers do need to be careful. You need to make sure that these Heretics don't actually get their melee charge, otherwise you won't be able to out-kite them as easily. Farseer coming in here, using her Fleece of Foot to actually sprint in to mid here. CSM going to kind of sit in this height the box network here where it's just yellow cover all around. Farseer is going to get a quick decap onto the VP, going to switch target now to these Heretics. She does have a 360 special, so if she actually gets one of those, we should be able to do it just fine against these Heretics. But we do see these grenade launcher Heretics in here in the bottom. We did see the grenade barrage go down to knock back the Banshees and our Avengers. Very annoying. Dyers are actually going to force melee onto them, which does look a bit odd. But once Heretics do get their grenade launcher ability, they do lose their Doom Blast ability, so you can't just suppress a squad and walk away. Banshee's chasing very close to base, but not going into base. So that VP is going to go towards Noisy. Noisy's going to set up in mid, and is also going to get a decap onto this fully matured natural requisition. Very annoying. We do see that Dark Riku is on 2 generators, Noisy is only on 1. Another grenade barrage going down, but because of this terrain here, these grenade launcher Heretics aren't doing too much really. Pretty sure only one of those large grenades that knock back actually hit as well. Here's the Combi Flamer as well from Chaos Lord, which Noisy was not very happy about earlier from the Chaos Lord pick. Flame's very nice at picking up Dire Avenger models, Banshee models, very good against the Eldar in general. And when the two Dire Avengers are grouped up like this, you can also use the Immolate ability as well to just burn, or to focus down two squads at the same time. You also have the Armour of Fortune coming in for the Farseer, which allows her to take reduced damage, or give reduced damage, what is it called? Grants the Fortune ability, reduces damage taken on Aladdin by 30% for 15 seconds, also 150 extra health and free health regen per second, makes her very tanky and gives her a lot of sustain as well. Very nice upgrade all around. I see Noisy actually build that quite a lot, and he's played in his 3v3s or practiced his Farseer. I think I saw him get it in the majority of the games that I've seen of his, which isn't that many games, but still. So we do have the Guardian Weapons team set up here. It looks like he can't even fire because there's these two pipes in the way, but it can fire just fine. It is behind green cover as well, so these Grenade Launch Heretics are actually bleeding quite a lot of models there. We also see that Guide was used on there, but it's no longer used on there. Guide giving an extra 30% damage and 30% range as well, making it extremely effective on setup teams. Banshee's focusing down these heretics. These heretics will go down, in fact. They were retreating a bit too late there. Chaos Lord is going to be the next target, but Banshees are no longer as good at retreat killing as they were back in the previous patch, so they will be able to get out there just fine. Do have a second Guardian Weapons team coming in here for Noisy. Dire Avengers up here. Neither Dire Avenger squad has been upgraded with the aspects of the Avengers, so no plasma grenades for them. These Guardian Weapons, or this Guardian Weapons team, sorry, we need to be careful about the Noise Marines. More vulnerable, even more so. Since they can silence you and stop any kind of ranged fire or ranged ability, I believe. So I'm just going to keep going around, just interrupting all these setup teams. But at the same time, Noise is actually preventing them from being able to bash the power. It means it's just having to just dance around a lot, but it's worth it in the end to not lose any generators though. Gets to keep his power income, gets to pick off a model or two, gets to keep his advantage, and here comes the Cacophony getting used onto the Farseer, and also the range fire from the CSMs and the auto rifles from the Heretics as well, but the auto rifles aren't in range anymore. Here comes a grenade barrage where it's gonna hit his own Noise Marines, and it actually kind of costs him a model there, I think. That one model was a bit too far ahead, a bit too close to those Banshees. It kind of just got picked apart as soon as it tried to stand back up again, and we do see Dark Riku being the first one to go to tier 2 as well. But I think Noisy isn't too far behind, so both players are going to be going or hitting tier 2 at about the same time. You have these Banshees, they're actually going for the aspects of fleetness rather than the aspects of strength, which we see so much. These generators are going to be the next target of Noisy. One generator I would have thought would go down. They launch Heretics are going to try and scare off these Banshees. He's doing some quite nice damage there. Does take down the model, but the Banshees will leave though with 4 models. Got a lot of grenade launcher Heretics. Although I wish Dark Riku made like 4 of them. That's just my build. There are some CSMs up here going on decap. I actually just noticed the VPs. It's 489 to 193. Noisy is quite dominant in this game. And actually Noisy is in control of the entire center of the map really, with the exception of the CSM at the very top VP. So Dark Riku does actually hold off this power bash. One of the Guardian Weapons team is forced off, the second Guardian Weapons team is still set up, but not as annoying as what the first weapons team was. Grenade Launcher Heretics will be able to interrupt. But because they can set up so quickly, I imagine, yeah, here they go. They might be able to set up just in time. Yeah, that is extremely annoying to deal with. When you can set up so quickly, or de-set up as well. Trying to bait out the kill the weak here with the Banshees. Banshees are going to try and sit in the retreat path of the Chaos Lord, but I think they're going to make it, so they're going to actually just move down and go for these grenade launcher heretics instead. So we will see. They are going to just jump in here, they're just jumping all over the terrain since they do have their aspects of fleetness. Going to jump over this box, going to jump over that barrel. Going to go in here. Going to use the screen, but the heretics retreat away anyway, so the suppression doesn't really mean too much. Do have a falcon coming up for Noisy as well. So in a similar way that we see in build a Razorback very often when you're playing Space Marine, Falcon is going to be filling that same role, going to allow him to reinforce in the field. Also does do some soft AV damage, so will do quite nicely against this Blood Crusher. Actually knocks over his own heretics there. Doesn't do any damage really, but it's just fun to look at. And because the Blood Crusher is demonic as well, you can actually worship it back up to full health. I think it's about the same speed as repairing, there's about 10 health regen per second. And also, while worshipping, you do get the Horn speed boost. If it was Nurgle worship, it would actually heal quicker than repairing with 13.5 health regen per second, I believe. But the Falcon now out in the field, Riku has seen it. We do have the Gravity Blade coming in and the Runes of Reaping for the reduced cooldown, and this is going to be a very nice lift up. Look at that. I'm not fully sure if Repair is faster or not actually. I thought Repair was 10 health regen per second, but I'm probably wrong about that. Someone will hopefully correct me. But this Gravity Blade actually is power melee as well. I think it's 50 power melee. Or 65 power. Oh no, it's not even power melee at all. It's just 65 melee. I've always thought it was power melee. But I'm getting confused with the Warlock's tier 2 sword. Blood Crusher is going to actually kill the Farseer. Blood Crusher will go down though. Banshees coming in with their Exarch. The Exarch does actually have 2 power swords instead of a single sword and a shuriken pistol, so looks like an absolute nutter when flying in here. Chaos Lord is going to use Armor of the Inferno, but it's not going to be enough. Dark Riku is going to concede that game. So game 2 going towards Noisy. Noisy is now currently 2-0 in this series. Very strong performance in that last game there, where he was on pretty much full VPs. While Riku was quite far behind in VPs, but so I'm gonna go get a game 3 hosted. So let's open some slots. Let me jump into a slot. Noisy's like won the most monthly Rumble tournaments, as far as I know, so Noisy is definitely the elite god. So, YouTube map, Noisy hero first. So I'm pretty sure he picked the map first, and then pick the hero after it, but Noisy's just gonna go with that Farseer. As far as I saw, Holy Hammer's actually only won, I think, like a single monthly Rumble tournament or something. I'm gonna look on Codex or on Dawn of War.info, which say. I actually clicked like the right thing. I know that I saw that Holy Hammer won the championship. So Quest's Heresy is going to be the map choice for Dark Riku. Having a look here, is majority of it was won by Noisy. Then following it was like Dark Riku if you include like the 2v2. And then Toilailee as well. Noisy, not Noisy, Holy Hammer has actually it doesn't show him as a winner for any monthly Rumble tournament. So Farseer versus Lictor Alpha. So I'll ask if both players are ready. Noisy's going to restart the game. Gonna assume Dark Riku has done the same. For the, what was it called, the Elite Mod Championship. That was won by Holy Hammer, I think. Yeah, Holy Hammer won that. And I assume that had like a cash prize or something. Don't know, maybe there was like tournaments before that then. So both players are ready, so I'm gonna start this game. Quest's Heresy. And we do see the Lictor Alpha once again. I only saw Holy Hammer participate, like, I haven't played this game for that long, so I've only seen Holy Hammer actually play one monthly Rumble tournament. And that was when Tex actually 3-0'd him in the finals, I think. So, Lictor Alpha played here by Dark Riku, and the Farseer played here by Noisy. Do some caster zooms in, or whatever you call them. Gotta zoom in and out just to make it look more dramatic, like zoom in onto this Imperium icon. Anyway, I'll see if let's see if Dark Riku actually goes for some Spore Mines this time. In the previous game, or the game before the previous game, where he's playing against the Force Commander, he didn't actually go for any Spore Mines, and you do normally see Spore Mines get built. Or I see Spore Mines get built. So maybe he'll get some Spore Mines, and here they are. Look at these beasts. This is like the best unit in the game in mass. So Lictor Alpha already being very annoying. Once these Dire Avengers trying to take a model is only able to actually damage a model slightly, or damage two models slightly. They are on 510 HP as a squad overall. Banshee's coming in now. Pretty sure Humgons actually do pretty good against Banshees, but I'm not fully sure on that. But Spore Mine's coming in now. These Banshees are going to be forced to run to the right, since the left has been kind of cut off. But with all these kind of blockers and whatnot, the Spore Mine should be able to just hide around corners and be extremely annoying and prevent Noisy from being able to come through certain pathways like the center, if you hide them behind the wall there maybe. Here comes the Farseer to just lead the charge in from the side. Gonna tie up these double Tumagons. These double Tumagons do not have their Toxin Sacks, so there is no slowing. Banshee's actually got a special onto these Spore Mines. Looks like Noisy just wants to kill them as quickly as possible to make sure that they can't do too much, and actually works out for him very well. I would normally be scared of engaging Spore Mine squads with any kind of melee unit, really. Other Banshees are a little bit more resilient compared to Heretics or Sluggers and whatnot, so I suppose that's, you know, fair enough to just engage them with your Banshees. I mean, it was able to get off, I think, 2 explosions, or one explosion kind of only hit one model, and then the other explosion actually hit the entire squad, so it, you know, it was a good move by Noisy to just go in there and just destroy them before they could tie up the Dire Avengers, really. Still no Toxin Sacks because there are warriors out in the field. Toxin Sacks, I imagine, are going to be coming in shortly after, or actually one of the squads does have their Toxin Sacks now. The other squad, I imagine, is going to get it built in a second. Toxin Sax does grant quite a big damage boost as well to Termagants. It is 45% extra range damage, so it does come in very useful. Lictor is here to disrupt these Dire Avengers. Very nice special there. Shame these Termagants aren't Homagants, or as a Dire Avenger squad would probably be dead. Not one model. Okay, it does actually pull a model there from the other squad and just takes that model down straight away. We do have Homagants off to the right hand side. They were actually chasing the Guardian Weapons team from earlier all the way, but we do have a second Guardian Weapons team out on the field now, and most of the map I suppose is going towards Dark Riku just now, just because he has actually capping the center of the map and the right hand VP. But overall it's kind of hard to say whose game it is right now. I mean, the game's kind of only just started, so not really much point on speculating that. I wonder if these warriors are actually going to stay as kind of their melee stuff, or if they're actually going to go for the Barb Strangler. Barb Strangler might come in useful against these double Dire Avengers, or against these setup teams. I'm not too sure. They might keep them in melee so that it's actually something quite strong and tanky to actually fight these Banshees. But the Banshees will do quite well against the Warriors with their power melee against heavy infantry armor types, so we will see. But here's Barb Strangler actually. Keeping them off to the right hand side with the double Dire Avengers, the Barb Strangler would be quite a nice choice. And also, if you can actually land a suppression onto the Banshees, it will slow them down by quite a bit before they're actually able to try and tie up your Termagants or Homagants. Lictor actually landing kind of two specials there, but he's kind of run face on into this Guardian Weapons team. Needs to retreat now. Ooh. He's really cut that close. Does have feet of tendrils as well. He actually just goes back in. If he had like a little bit more energy, he would have actually been able to flesh hook. We all need to be careful now. That is extremely unfortunate. 25 HP though on this Guardian Weapons team. If he actually took that down, and it'd be worth losing the Lictor Alpha for it, but 25 HP though, how unfortunate. Oh, that would have been a very good trade. So we do have the Lictor Alpha gain repurchase as well. You might as well repurchase him, especially once you've got the feeder tendrils and you spend power on him. It's definitely worth to repurchase him for 250, especially with how disruptive he's been and how close he was to actually wiping that squad. And I'm going to imagine that Dark Riku got a special that he didn't want, or something along the lines of that. Very nice use of Toxin Sax. Toxin Sax slow the Banshee down to nothing and then follow it up with the suppression from the Barb Strangler Warriors. And here's the other Toxin Sax getting used onto the Farseer. These Barb Strangler Warriors are going to continue suppressing these Banshees, or not able to actually get their shot off because the Farseer is timing up. And now we've got the Guardian Weapons team coming in. We have the Lictor coming in. This Guardian Weapons team will possibly bleed some models. Lictor does not have any energy left for a flesh hook though. Noisy is pushing in on the left hand side with the double Dire Avengers and the double Guardian Weapons teams. Common Guns are going to try and maul down this Farseer, but here's the 360 special, which I was talking about in the previous game when he was playing against the Chaos Lord. Another 360 special. Very unlucky there for Dark Riku to play against. And the Guardian Weapons team is going to set up in mid, and it's going to be led, it's going to be supported by another Guardian Weapons team here. So this one can be free to bash, and if anything tries to come from behind, it's going to be protected by the other team. And as a Lictor Alpha, you can't pull in the Guardian platform itself, or the Shuriken platform itself. So it's very annoying to deal with. The Barb Strangler Warrior Brood will actually able to get the shot off. Don't think they would be able to be fair. I mean, Termagants on the right hand side, they should be able to see this web waygate building, and they're actually going to take it down before it's able to be completed. These Homagants are getting absolutely mauled by the double suppression teams here. Doesn't look like these Barb Strangler Warriors can really fire at much else. The wall might be a bit too high for them really. So It's Farseer going to sit behind some heavy cover, wait for this Guardian Weapons team on the left to actually set up, and she might even guide it as well if she had enough energy. She hasn't got enough energy though to guide. I think guide is about 40 or 50 energy. Just going to sit there and kind of buy time. Over here though, the Lictor being very annoying against these Dire Avengers. One model just gets popped there. You see another model get popped. One more hit. So we do have Homogons coming in here. We do have the Tamagons actually getting mauled by some Banshees. They need to actually retreat now. This one model should be able to get away. Homogons coming in. They do have their adrenal glands, but they're not going to be able to fight both Banshees, heavy weapons team, and the Farseer, especially at that health. And while they're level 1. Banshee's also nearly level 2 as well, very close. One more model, I think, if they kill one more model, even, that they'll be level 2. We do have the Exarch leading this Dire Avenger squad, and I'm surprised that he went for the Dire Avenger Exarch, considering that the Lictor Alpha can flesh hook him in. I didn't think it'd be as effective as Rangers for detection, just because you can pull the Exarch in and just kill him. He doesn't have enough energy for the flesh hook now, so he'll be fine. But we do have the zone firing away though. Didn't actually see what he had built. But the zone would be a very nice counter to these double Guardian Weapons team, or when the Banshees will have something to say about that zone actually being able to fire. Even with the crippling poison, these Banshees are still able to just wail away at everything. Untrue about the Rangers actually getting destroyed. Okay, the Lictor Alpha might be screwed here. But he's actually able to get away with 70 HP. Look how fast he is as well. Why does he can even run that fast? The Ranger's detection is pretty big in comparison though to the what's it called, the Dire Avenger Exarch. So his only form of detection is kind of vulnerable to Lictor Alpha if you count like Scout Sergeants or Aspiring Champion Heretic. Anyway, these Homogons with their adrenal glands are actually able to just jump up and down or jump through cover, and these Banshees with their aspects of fleetness are able to actually do the same as well. Here comes a Falcon though. Riku was gearing towards tier 3 there, but actually counts as tier 3 in favour of some Venom Brood, which is a good choice considering that he has no AV right now. Falcon is the guy was trying to drive through this wall but looked like it couldn't. VPs 398 to 282. The VPs are in favour of Dark Riku. And this Venom Brood and Zone should be able to put on a lot of pressure onto this Falcon. The Psychic Blast, I think it's called, from the Zone trope to be able to slow it down to almost nothing, and the Venom Brood to come in here, and we see the Snare coming in. Falcon is in a lot of danger right now. The Dire Avengers aren't close enough to actually come in to repair. Banshees is going to have to go in as hard as possible against this Venom Brood. Venom Brood are actually getting special, and we need to be careful. Here comes the Gravity Blades to try and lift him up, but here comes a retreat though. The Dralfa is in the rear as well, just disrupting as much as possible, but he is very low. Might go down, will go down in fact actually. That's a long range damage. Double Dies, double Guardian Weapons team, and even the Falcon itself just is a little bit too much for Lictor to handle. These Homogons are actually taking quite a bit of damage as well, but they will be able to interrupt this first Guardian Weapons team here. In fact, I might even kill it. Actually, that's a bit too risky there. Would have lost them if he tried to kill them. The Warrior Brood and Zone trying to do as much as can. Do see another Psychic Blast from the Zone come down. Might actually try and force melee onto this with the Warriors. Melee is probably his best chance of taking it down, but we'll definitely be able to force it off. Won't be able to kill it. There goes the Warrior. Here come the Venom Brood there. The Psychic Blast is on cooldown. Oh, the Falcon is going to go down. That was a very nice pickup. This Zone needs to get out though, and so does this Venom Brood. Venom Brood really needs to go. Crippling Poison onto the Banshees to prevent them from chasing any further as well. Very nicely done. Do have some Dark Reapers coming out for Noisy. Don't normally see Dark Reapers getting used. They do plasma damage though, so it will be pretty good against the Warrior Brood, the Venom Brood. The score is currently 2-0. Noisy is 2 games up on Dark Riku. Dark Riku hasn't won any games in this series yet. But with the... ooh, that damage. Lictor Alpha nearly getting himself killed there. These are... the plasma damage from these Dark Reapers actually a fair amount of retreat. Crippling Poison going down onto that Farseer, stopping her from going any further forward. But these Termagants probably do need to leave the area. It's a bit too much for them to fight. They have the Runes of Weeping as well on the Farseer, so the same build as we saw against the Chaos Lord, or the same war gear purchases on the Farseer. Gravity Blade being a very nice choice just for lifting up units. Dark Reapers do Inferno damage. I thought it was plasma. Oh, Inferno damage, that's even better. Or... I always thought it was plasma. My bad. Inferno damage, that's awesome. It wasn't the Dark Reapers that were doing that much damage, it was the Guardian Weapons team that done the majority of the damage there. Because Lictor Alpha got detected when it was like kind of this close and nearly died pretty much to the Guardian Weapons team. Farseer coming in with the guide on the Dark Reaper squad as well. These Dark Reapers are going to be able to fire from quite some distance. So these double Dire Avengers do need to be careful about this. Okay, Banshees are just going to lead the charge and they're just going to run in. They're going to suppress absolutely everything. We do have a Spore Mine drop coming in here as well onto the Dark Reapers, but Dark Reapers have already left the area. Farseer are actually going to lift up the Spore Mine squad. And there should be a fight one for Dark Riku. He's managed to force off the Dark Reapers, managed to force off the double Dire Avengers as well. Spore Mines are all over the place, so it's a bit unpredictable which model is going to explode. In fact, none of the models are really going to get a chance to explode. Okay, this Farseer does need to be careful. She might get a 360 special like that, which makes it extremely annoying. Spore Mine's going to come in here and it's going to sit on our retreat path. Spore Mines do friendly fire damage as well, so you need to be a bit careful of that. And that's special as well. Once again, here comes a Wraith Lord though. This Wraith Lord is going to be quite annoying. The Lictor actually does have the deadly jump armor as well, but this Gravity Blade is actually going to throw him even further back. This Lictor is going to die if the Wraith Lord actually hits him with one more swing. In fact, doesn't need that extra swing. With the Shuriken shoulder mounted cannon, it's going to be enough to just take him down. The Psychic Blast onto the Wraith Lord is going to slow him down enough for the Venom Brood to hopefully do quite a bit of damage there. Banshee's coming in from the right. They do have their X. She does have that double sword, and she's actually going to maul this Venom Brood. Venom Brood are forced away here. Barb Strangler Warrior is actually going down. Termagant Brood just going to back out there. This Wraith Lord is quite low though, 400 HP. But here comes a Tyrant Guard, although I'm not fully sure about getting a Tyrant Guard after seeing a Dark Reaper squad. I'm pretty sure Inferno damage is pretty decent against super heavy infantry as well. Or maybe not as effective against heavy infantry, but still pretty effective. Also, Forest, you should definitely stick to this stream. This stream is the pro stream. So these double Termagants firing away at these Dark Reapers. Tyrant Guard is going to go in. Tyrant Guard is going to try and go in for the Dire Avengers, forgot what they were called for a second there. Is going to back out there because there is a Bright Lance weapons team out there, and it looks like Dark Reaper is just going to back out of that fight completely. Tyrant Guard is taking quite a bit of damage here. It's kind of getting a little bit path locked onto this Farseer. Anyway, these Banshees off to the left hand side, gonna get a cap onto VP. Shield War getting used to repair, or not repair, but to actually heal the Tyrant Guard. It's biological, not mechanical, so it's heal. So VP's 242 to 252 is a very close game so far. We have an auto drop gain dropped onto the Lictor Alpha as well, with the Gravity Blade getting used on the Farseer. Warlock will need to be careful along with the Farseer from any kind of flesh hook in the middle of a fight. But here come the Wraith Lord Banshees coming in for these Venom Brood. Tyrant Guards are going to tie it down, that wall, run right through it. These Banshees are going to be the target of this Tyrant Guard. Pomegranates here as well. Banshees do need to be very careful. We'll lose all models with the exception of the Exarch. The Exarch will live, the Lictor will die. And Capillary Towers are going to help the Tyranid army just move around much quicker. Another Capillary Tower going down. You can also build Rippers and Spore Mines from the Capillary Towers, which is always useful. Especially Spore Mines, if you ever want to mass up like 10 Spore Mines, just throw at enemies, always good to build some Capillary Towers. Costs a lot of money, but it is worth it. So with the double Guardian Weapons team and the Wraith Lord here, it's very difficult for Dark Riku to actually be able to push up, so he does need to take it slow. Do you see the Psychic Blast from the zone from over here? But the Farseer is going to go in, interrupt this Venom Brood. These double term guns are needing to be careful here. Guardian Weapons team, which had the suppression gun, was forced off, so these double term guns are actually able to push forward. Although the splash damage from this Wraith Lord is a bit much, and Fire Dragon's out on the field to counter this Tyrant Guard, I imagine. It's going to be quite difficult. They don't have their Exarch yet, but with their Exarch and with the help of the Farseer being able to use Guide on them, it's going to be very annoying. This Lictor needs to be careful. The Lictor might even go down if he doesn't leave right now. Okay, you're going to jump out of there. And Fire Dragons are, well, everything here is just going to absolutely maul this generator farm. But it doesn't even matter because Dark Riku is on 486 power. That is a insane power income. Or not income, but it's amazing amounts of power just stored up. I mean, Riku can pretty much go the entire game without having to care about power, to be fair. As Farseer does need to be careful, she's a bit deep here. Could even go down actually, there's a lot of range fire coming out. Ooh, she actually got away with 9 HP, how unfortunate. Tyrant Guard is getting focused down by the Bright Lance Weapons team. The Autok and Banshees are doing a hell of a job here. Do see the Venom Brood dropping 2 models, could drop another model, 23 HP. Will be able to get out there. Warlock still in that fight. Banshee's going to switch targets to the zone. Zone's taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, it's going to go down. Ooh, that is a big loss there. So Warlock is going to remain in this fight. And that's going to be game. And that is going to be a 3-0 victory for Noisy. Noisy is going to take monthly Rumble tournament number 19. Wraithguard are quite useful against Tyranid hordes, but there's always, they can be tied up by melee, so you do need to be a bit careful. Wraithlord was a good choice, or a better choice, I think. So Noisy has won another free-for-all. Not another free-for-all, another, what's it called? Another tournament. So now that the tournament is over, it's time for the free-for-all. Actually, I'm going to host it in Chorus and Curse after tournament. Oops. After tournament free-for-all. It's time for the free-for-all now. So yeah, it was a 3-0 for Noisy. Let's see if so, hello, I never see orcs in these tourneys. They really... No, orcs are... They do get played like regularly. Not as many people probably play orcs as compared to other races. I was gonna say, but some people do play them, but what was it? No, not Noisy. Who was it that was following earlier? Tex had them picked earlier. Or he had the war boss picked earlier, but he just didn't use them. I mean, orcs get used. Could have probably followed someone that actually played orcs, but because I've never actually seen an orc game today. Where's Riku? I'm gonna go into the observer slot anyway to cast. Well, also I do have 2 orcs in this game as well if you want to see some orc action, although it's a free-for-all so it's a bit different. See if Adeptus is gonna... Okay, he's away from his PC apparently. I'll just message him and say free-for-all. Get a message in the tournament chat and ask who wants a free-for-all. Crew's gonna jump in. So, don't know where Riku is. Well, he hasn't replied back to the free-for-all. Also, Riku, free-for-all. Just message you on which is easier. So where's Crew? Is Crew in game yet? Crew is in game. Okay, Riku said no to the free-for-all. I'll have to just jump in myself if not enough people. Atlas is now playing, so maybe Atlas is going to jump in as well. Have Atlas and Crew. Lictor Alpha got abused apparently. I'll just go and spam some invites out then. That's why I wanted to play first. He loves a good free-for-all. Here's Crew Finity. Go and spam in the group chat once again about this after tournament free-for-all. before I go off to bed myself. So if no one comes on in 5 minutes, and Ben's going to come off, and then I will probably come off myself. If we really don't get enough numbers. They're playing 3v3. Damn. Getting beaten here by this 3v3 play. Take it Red Rupee's hosting a 3v3, don't know. He's not hosting a 3v3. Oh wow. That is probably like the biggest comment I've ever seen. So we still need like 3 people for this free-for-all, or if I like step in with good old Elder, I'm gonna go to Warp Spider, because teleporting around with a full army is always fun. Forest getting timed out or something by someone. Who's on the channel anyway? Who's moderator? It's either Adeptus or Slaneshi or Nerlin, so that doesn't really narrow it down very much. One more person, or 2 more people, because I can't be bothered actually playing this game. I'd rather be the caster. Actually, what's the ticket? Set the tickets to 1500 instead of 1000. I don't know, I'm quite tired myself, I might leave this. How long has it been? Or how long have we been waiting for a game? In 10 minutes. And give it another like couple of minutes or something. And still no one jumping into this free-for-all. It's been quite some time. crew think is jumping off then. Five spirits jumping in. So we've got Tyrannus, Chaos, Elder, IG, Orcs. We need a Space Marine player to jump in now. Or a Grey Knight player to jump in, just to, you know, have one of each really. So difficult to get this game. Everyone is too tired after the tournament, since the tournament was a bit bigger than what it has been. So, give it like 2 more minutes, and if no one joins, then I probably will come off and then go get something to eat, go to bed, watch some TV, get some lunch. Gotta get some lunch. Should probably also get rid of this overlay since it isn't in the finals anymore. Put it back onto regular, if you want to call it that. Okay, so Ven's going to jump off. I think I will gonna abandon this free for all as well. I don't know, I might play like this 3v3 or something instead. I don't know, I fancy like one game before coming off, so we'll see. And yeah, we'll just play in this game. Just because I don't want to play the IG and Tyranids, or not even IG and Tyranids, just Tyranids. Just have a quick look and see if there's like a different lobby on the go. Okay, like there's just nothing on the go really. I'm gonna just come off and go to bed, and I might do a stream either tomorrow or Monday instead. Either Monday or Tuesday, or no, either tomorrow or Monday, or definitely by Tuesday I would have thought, at some point anyway. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you then.